I'm going off, I know it's time to make a change, and I can take the pain. I'm gonna go down swinging. I get lost in the feeling. I'm gonna find my meaning. I can make a change. I wanna play the game. You wanna sink or swim? I'm gonna go down swinging. Look deep within. I get lost in the feeling. Just need a win. I'm going off, I know it's time to make a change, and I can take the pain. You wanna sink or swim? I'm gonna go down swinging. Look deep within. I get lost in the feeling. Just need a win. I'm gonna find my meaning. I can make a change. I wanna play the game, yeah.
Hello, and welcome back to My Mind Over Your Matter. Another season. Yes. I was gone for about 3 months, and I'm back on YouTube. Weird. I get goosebumps just talking about being back on YouTube. But yeah, I'm back, and I'm gonna have a couple of people coming by today, and going to be doing some tarot readings and some talking and getting reacquainted with one another. I was on Doc's Illusion chat earlier today, and if he has prior engagements, he could go ahead and take care of that. I mean, I'm going to be on here for a while, and that's fine with me. But if he does come by, I'll let him know. Hey, you have prior engagements. You got to go attend to that. I don't want to step on anybody's feet, but it's okay. If you want to join the channel and you want to talk, you're more than welcome to join. I will put out the link. Let me go ahead and copy this here and put it out. Let's go ahead and do that. Set it up. It's been a while, so I'm kind of a little rusty, but it's like riding a bike. You really don't forget how to ride a bike. It's just the balance. So you got to balance. And that's what I'm trying to do here. But we're going to go ahead and then get this on here. See if I can get this on here. Peace. All right. So if you want to join the show, there's the link. More than welcome to come on in and join me. And let's talk. Talk magic. Let's talk whatever you want to talk about. Really didn't have a topic to talk about because I was gonna be talking with others and with Doc and get into other topics. So I didn't really have a specific topic for tonight or for this evening. But you are the topic, so the topic needs to come onto the show. Ooh. Man, it's been such a while since I've been on here. I'm really getting hot flashes. I don't know if it's possible for males to get hot flashes, but holy moly, I got a hot flash. But let's go ahead and bring in Paula. It's been a while since I had Paula. Hey, Paula.
Hey, somebody put me in timeout in live chat. If it wasn't you, it was Albert. I think that's his name, Albie.
Oh, I don't have the YouTube up. I have the StreamYard up, so I don't know. But
yeah, I'm just saying, let him know that it's cool that I'm here and that I don't need to be timed out because I didn't say anything wrong. I was trying to tell you that London Man canceled his live because he never heard from Doc. So Doc should be here. Hopefully, fingers crossed and all of that jazz.
Yeah, if he had prior engagements, I don't,
Well, it wasn't exactly an engagement. He was invited, and it was up to Doc. Doc was invited, and it was up to him to decide if he was going to do it or not. And then, but the realist McCoy said he's going to be here.
Okay, yeah, I see him in the chat.
Yay! Hi, realist.
Hey, realist. If you guys want to come on the show, you can come on. Peace and love, no hate, no timeouts.
Yes.
people start acting crazy, then it's worth timing out. But if it's just because you have some animosity against one another, it's not acceptable. I won't tolerate that. But because I come with good intentions, and
Well,
everyone should.
but see, what I would do, because you come with good intentions and so do I, what I would do is when someone misuses a wrench, I take it away from them.
Most likely it's gonna come down to that. I mean, I just came back off of a 3 month hiatus, so
Gigi's here too.
yay! Let's bring in Gigi. Gigi.
Hello, hello, people.
Hey.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Paul. I haven't met you yet, but hi, how are you?
Me neither. You too. Hi, I'm good.
I'm Rick's good friend. How are you?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Oh man. Yeah, Gigi, did you get this crazy weather? I know you did.
Oh my God, it stormed so bad yesterday. There was like trees coming down. It was terrible. It was so bad over here.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was.
You should see the raging waters because we're by the Hudson River, and the Hudson River turns into the Catskill Creek. The Catskill Creek is like raging right now. Terrible.
Wow. We had tornado warnings here.
Yeah, we had really
I
bad.
was
We
like,
didn't have tornado warnings, but we had terrible thunderstorms and lightning. Lightning struck out trees. There's trees down everywhere. So I'm just staying home, smoking my butt at home, being peaceful in the nice
Right.
AC. You know.
like I was talking with Paula on another channel on the chat how the weather is being controlled and manipulated,
Yeah, yeah. I was using the
and
bathroom, like, about to
and
change my pants. Sorry, it's going to my Wi-Fi.
okay, no problem. But we were talking earlier about the weather being controlled,
Yep.
and there's actually two CMEs coming towards the Earth. It's a pulse of energy that's coming from the sun that's coming to the Earth. So there might be something big happening within a day or two.
I have a theory on that.
I think it's being manipulated,
I
right?
don't think it's the sun. The sun is raw. It would never harm us. I think it's them, and they're blaming the sun. I think it's part of the psyop because it's how they're going to push global warming and why they have to block out the sun. You know, they're flipping insane. They're wackadoo.
Wow.
You know, that's my theory.
And I do feel, well, they be putting up all these satellites, right? And I don't understand. Okay, there's so many satellites, and they continuously putting up satellites in space, supposedly,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
I what's the purpose? And then what's the purpose of going back to the moon if we supposedly went there back in the 60s? What's the purpose of trying to go back there, and why haven't we been back there, from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and today?
Well, everything's a psyop. Everything's a psyop. Everything. Everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that. I've been thinking that, and also I feel like they are manipulating the sun. Well, they were talking about, our so-called president. I don't acknowledge him, but our so-called president was saying that we need to block out the sun. We need to block the sun so the Earth could cool down instead of heating up. I go, well, that's not really going to work. Because if you block out the sun, you're gonna kill the plants. You're gonna kill life here on this planet.
Kill all life. And I recently found out that my shield, what do they call that? Your crest, your family crest. My family crest means life, and I found that quite amazing. So you should check yours out if you haven't yet, peeps. But yes, you are correct. They're going to block out the sun to kill us all because it'll kill us quicker than any vid ever didn't.
Everything. Vitamin D
Wow.
deficiency is gonna be on the rise if they black the sun out. Our vegetation is gonna be affected. Everything,
People will
really.
turn on each other, and that's population control.
Yeah, because it's going to kill the crops. Because the crops needs the sun. We need sun for us too. Because humans, we need the sun that gives us energy, that gives us life, that gives us
Mhm.
like we don't have sun. Then what are you gonna depend on? Because that's gonna kill us automatically if we don't have sun.
Well, until we die, guess who they're going to be eating? Us.
Crazy.
Mm, yeah,
They
It'll be like The
already
yeah,
said
we're
Walking
the
all
guinea
Dead
they want
with
to
pigs.
do
its
is
cannibals
to
and
eat the
stuff.
rich. You know, they'll eat us. They don't care.
Yeah, they would, and they will, and I have a feeling they want to have this war, because this war's been going on. World War III has been
Hmm.
happening for the longest. They just don't declare it because then they enter a different phase in the war, which is going to happen. But I feel like there's going to be a draft where they're going to get all these kids, younglings, and they're going to send them off to war because they're
They're
creating.
making people, yes, they're making people sign up for the draft as they get their new driver's licenses.
Yep, yep.
Hmm.
Yep, you're right. You do have to sign up, and I think it's when you turn 18, you're
Yeah,
obligated
18.
to when. Hmm.
And if you
And
didn't, they're going to get you at the driver's license. Yeah.
yeah, they'll get you one
Thank
way
God
or
medically,
another.
me and my son don't even qualify to get drafted. Thank God.
Yeah, if you
Because
have a
or
medical
else we
issue,
probably
you do get disqualified for it. But the problem is that like they're doing all this chaos, like in Chicago, or
Mm-hmm.
like California, the whole state is crazy. Oregon, you name them all. Washington, they're just creating this chaos, this illusion, to give a reason for us to go ahead and say, all right, since we're at a war and we have all these delinquents acting crazy like in New York, well, let's go ahead and gather them up and send them and ship them off to war. And you're going to see how fast society is going to change and how better society is going to be because of the fear of going to war. And I think
I
that's
don't
going to
know.
happen. It's going to happen very soon.
How's it going to make it better?
No, it's not. War never
Oh,
makes
you
anything
mean a
better.
little better because they're going to send all the hellions away to go die? What?
Yeah, well,
Is
they're
that
going
what
to
you
try to
mean?
get. They want to probably get rid of the younglings. They've been trying for a while
Yes,
to
that's true.
depopulate society.
Yeah. Yes.
So
This isn't
every
new.
time they try to depopulate the society, it seems like it fails. And life always finds a way. But I feel like the government that we have now is all against us, and they have not been helpful. They just been very like I don't know what's really going on in Washington, but I tell you right now, it's very dark, and
It
it's
is
not
very.
good. Yeah, very very dark, darker than what we're thinking. It's even darker than that.
It's biblical. It's the darkest,
You know,
the blackest darkness, I think it's called in the Bible, the blackest darkness.
and what's another Paula? This is a movie I'm gonna recommend. Watch Sound of Freedom.
I did already.
You saw it?
Yep. Done.
What a movie!
What a
What
movie.
And it's so true. And the thing is that the
It
elites
is.
are so afraid of that movie because it's the
They are
truth.
coming against it.
Hmm.
They're like, oh, it's right wing, extremists.
Mm-mm.
Blah, 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 blah. Motherfuckers, you're the ones that are the extremists.
Mm-hmm.
Government, period, are the extremists. When your own government starts calling innocent people who just want the truth extremists, then you know who the extremists are. You're busted. You just hung yourself.
You just showed your hand.
You just showed your hand. We see you.
Yeah. And the
Yep.
thing is that this trafficking that's happening is still happening to this day. Look at our open border with Mexico still. And
Mhm.
how many children has been like, I don't even want to get into it because as a psychic, I see things, because I'm very
Right.
empathic. So I see all the stuff that's happening, and you don't even want to see what's in my head and what I see because it's so disgusting and so
It is. I see it.
the
Yes.
children are mm, and the elites they don't. That's why they want the open borders. They want it to continue to happen, and it doesn't matter what party you come from, the left or the right. This is humanity, and we need to
Oh,
step up,
and there,
and we're not.
and there's a dual reason for the borders being opened. See, because we see them, we see right through them now. We know who they are and what they're up to. They want to replace us with people that do not know them at all, that do not see them for who they are. So they want to replace us with them. They're the new Americans. They don't have to
Well,
get V'd to get in here.
no, that's true. And this country was pretty much brought together through immigrants. The Statue of Liberty. Hello, that's a sign of freedom for immigrants that were coming to this country. And we had a
Yeah,
lot of
came from
influx of
France.
people that came.
Yeah, but they're supposed
And
to do
now
it
it seems.
legally. You know,
Go
they
ahead,
got to
Paul.
be taught our ways before they're allowed in. They're not being taught any of that. They're just coming in with their friggin' what are they called? Those big ass knives they hack you to death with. What the hell do they call those? Hatchets? No, not hatchet. I always forget the name of it. Big ass blade. They just hack them to death over in, on the other side of the planet. What are those called? Um, anyway, they hacked you to death, and they're letting these people in, and
Yeah,
people are getting
well,
hacked to death in America now. It's awful.
yeah, it's something that's going on right now, and it's not only here in the Americas. It's not here only in America. This is happening all around. Look at France. You know, Spain is going crazy.
Yep, yep, yep.
France, it's burning down. Like France is
Yeah, how awful
people
is it?
mentality of France is not the same. France is not the same as when all these people influx. It's just not good for the system, and I feel like the Democratic Party of the world is just shaking up the world, and they're trying to start this new world order.
Yep.
And the more they try to start it's just it kills more people, and it's not even hopeful at all.
Yeah. Well, they don't want to
It's
help
like,
anyone but themselves. That's the whole point.
yeah, look how
They
much
just want
money
to
we gave. Look at the amount of money we gave to Ukraine, right? And yet
yeah,
we can't even feed our homeless people out here. We can't house them. We can't
Right.
help
right.
They don't
the
even care
low
about our
income.
needs.
We can't like it's hey doc, yeah, you could come on. It's a
Did you pin the?
like doc,
I meant to see that. Did you pin the join link?
yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did. And he's been trying to come on, but it's not letting him for some reason. You may have to, I don't know, restart your system and maybe come back on.
Yeah, restart your tablet or your phone, whichever you're using, your computer, whatever. Restart it.
Yeah, because it's since it's the first show back. I don't know how the system is. Streamyard, I don't know.
StreamYard has been acting wonky. I went live last night. I bet I almost made it to 6.5 hours, and it was wonky as shit. People thought I wasn't listening to them. They thought I was ignoring them, and my fucking screen froze. There wasn't anything I could do. So I was late answering questions and shit. Plus trying to attend a live chat. I had a lot of people there last night.
Yeah. And I agree with Dr. Illusions when it's too much. It's always too much energy between me and him. When he comes on, things start going crazy. It always happens. I don't know if it's something that YouTube is doing or it's the universe that's doing, but something always happens, and it's always an interference.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So one question. What do you think about our lovely president? I'm trying to be nice, so that's why I said lovely.
You mean the geriatric
Because everything,
president we got?
yes,
I feel like he
yes,
needs a
the
nursing home, bro. I feel like he
the
needs
one that's eating
Alzheimer's and
babies.
dementia medicine. That's what I feel like.
Yeah,
The Provert.
the one that's he likes to munch on babies.
On
Ew. It's so
children. On
And I saw that
disgusting.
video.
Did you guys see that one video where he was like holding that girl on the podium, and he like put his hands like inappropriately in front of her, and you can tell like the discomfort in her face, and she was like trying to move away from him, and like the grasp. He's disgusting. That man is
Yeah.
disgusting. He's disgusting.
Yeah, he's just a puppet. He's a puppet. You know, I mean, he's always been a puppet. He's been in pretty much in government for over 40 years, and throughout those 40
let's
years,
discuss that.
he has done.
Let's discuss the not
He's
Biden
done
character.
nothing.
They fucking know that's not him. Both left,
Yeah.
right, and center. They fucking know that's not him. It's not the same earlobes. It's not the same any fucking thing. It's not the same voice. And it's not the same color of eyes. Joe Biden has brown eyes. This motherfucker has blue eyes. So I call him.
So you
the
think they
not
probably?
Biden.
Maybe he's a clone.
You think
Who knows?
it's like a form of
If he was
a
a clone,
puppet?
he'd have
Maybe
blue
he's a.
eyes.
Yeah, you think
maybe.
he's a reptilian? What do they call it? Those reptilians?
Shapeshifter.
That,
Yeah, they are
like a shapeshifter?
reptilians, they're called.
Well, he didn't shapeshift well because he don't look nothing like Biden.
His shape theory, I think he's more like maybe MK Ultra or something, and like cloned or something
Yeah.
like that. He's not the same person. I feel like he malfunctions when he's on the podium and tries to give his speeches. Like you can tell he malfunctions. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He can't even comfort. How are you gonna say? I just have 3 words for you guys. Made in America. Like that is clearly 3 words. Clearly, that's 3 words. Like, how do you not know how to count?
Preach it, girl. Preach it, girl. Oh my
You know what I
God.
mean? Like, this man is like, I don't know.
My favorite was when he found out that black guy on stage with him had been vaccinated. And he was like, "You did? You did? Are you okay? I mean, it's good." That was the best. And then he prattled on about a whole bunch of other shit. That was the best. That was the best one. He lost his shit that day. And he walked away from him, too. He stepped away from him as he lost his shit. Hilarious.
You know, and the problem with him is that he can't really hold a conversation, and he can't put sentences together. He gets
to
lost.
save his life. He can't do that to save his life.
You know, and he's supposed
and you
to.
would think you have moderators and people. Usually they have that, people that write speeches for you, fix your teleprompter and stuff. This dude malfunctions and they just let it happen. Like we're retarded. Like we don't catch on to it. It's like ridiculous. Honestly, it's a freaking circus show. The Biden administration is a whole circus show.
His handlers are the ones that pretty much run the show. Okay, so
Now,
his handlers.
They obviously not handling it properly.
Well, they're the same handlers. these handlers are the same ones that pretty much ran with the Clinton Foundation. They're the same ones that
Uh-huh.
ran with the Obama
Uh-huh.
bullshit, and now it runs with the Biden shit. And you could just tell how corrupt that party is, just
Yes.
by
Yes.
the actions. Like it's right in front of you, but people still are engaged with this party, with this Democratic Party, and
Yeah.
feed them money. And I mean, millions and billions of dollars goes into this Democratic Party, and yet
Yeah.
we have to fall in line with them. If not, we get exiled or we get
Yeah.
frowned upon, and it's stupid. It's like enough is enough. Like we're trying to move forward, and you're taking us two steps back.
Yeah, they don't want us to move forward, you see, because biblically, every time we all become of one mind, like we have been doing on YouTube and social media for several years now, every
Hmm.
time we're able to build that tower to kick God's ass, according to the Lord, they smite us because anything is open to us to do. Nothing is impossible for us to do. They smite us back down again
Hmm.
every single time. How ironic that we've been waking up for years and now all of a sudden they want population control. That sounds a lot like Sodom and Gomorrah, not Sodom and Gomorrah, the Tower of Babel to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah, agreed.
and wasn't Biden part of this party with the Bilderbergs? I'm pretty sure he had went to a party of there.
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure he was part of a party because I'm getting this feeling he was part of a party out in California, around where the redwoods are, and there's this place where they go and they do all these weird worshiping, and a lot of trafficking there too, a lot of child um, I'm not gonna say it because I'll do the universal signal
Uh-huh.
out there, and I feel like he's a big part of it and a part of like the trafficking problem. And
Yeah.
and he's at an age now that if he was to throw, let's say we throw him in jail, it wouldn't even matter because the guy's already deteriorating. He's dying as it is. So the deed has already been done, and the fact that it hasn't like changed and it keeps going is what's scaring me. As an American, it's like, when is this going to get better? When is going to change? Because nothing has changed.
Do you
Nothing has
know, my
gotten
dear?
better.
Yeah, you
Trafficking has
probably don't
gotten
know. You know not to
trafficking.
go into the light when they kill you, right? You do know
Yeah.
that, right, Rick? Not to go into the light. That's where they reset you and kick you back in the ring, right? You know
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Head for the butterfly cluster, the splendors of the heavens. The arrow of Sagittarius points to it. I found it all by myself a couple of years ago, actually a few years ago now, just before my heart attack that I had. I had a heart attack that I should not have survived at all.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want me getting this information out. So the next day after I came home from the hospital, I put that video out. So that video marks the day after I came home from the hospital when they tried to kill my ass, right when the COVID shit was starting in 2019.
Wow.
And I had COVID in 2018, but they're calling it 19. So they tried to take me out before. Then we found out that having it gives you a heart attack. Well, I'm living, breathing proof that that is true because
Mm-hmm.
we got it a year before, and exactly March to March, I had a heart attack right when they started their shit or whatever month that was. But we
Mm-hmm.
had it in March. And I had it for 2 months, and I didn't have a doctor, and I did almost die, but somehow I survived it.
Wow.
And then 1 year later, I had a massive coronary that I should not have survived. My excellent cardiologist, said, I don't even know why in the hell you're here. I don't know how you walked in here on your own two damn feet. And 6 nurses said the same shit. You shouldn't be here. You should be dead.
Wow.
Yes. So they tried to take me out before all this shit hit.
Yeah, I almost died a few times too. Well, I did die, and I was brought back to life. So I know that
Yeah.
experience, and I did see
Mhm.
the light. I did see the light, but I never went to the light. You know, because I something kept telling me to look back, and I looked back, and I saw everything that was happening to me, and I stayed alive. You know, and I'm alive, and I'm happy. You know,
Yeah.
but I did go through a year of hell for sure. I did had multiple surgeries. I mean, PTSD is a bitch, I tell you, and it replays in my head constantly. But my father had 3 heart attacks, and heart attacks run in my family also. My grandfather passed away of a heart attack. He had so many heart attacks. It's we lost count of how many heart attacks he had, but the last one he had, it was unsurvivable because he ended up falling and hitting his head, and it did damage to him, and he perished from that. So, my thoughts is
Terrible.
with you on that. Because that's a sensitive. Your heart and your brain. It's one of the two most important of your body,
Yes.
and you gotta really maintain that heart of yours. Did they tell you anything else that about your heart?
Albie's in back. Did they tell me anything else about my heart? No,
Yeah, like
they really don't accept. They don't really know why I had the heart attack. I think I was hit with one of those heart attack weapons.
maybe it's from getting the virus that you ended up
Oh,
with that.
well, that's what I said earlier. But I
Hmm.
think they also I don't think I was having a heart attack in time for 2019. So I think they pushed it along with their little heart attack weapons. But I was also cleaning house for people who had been vaccinated. And so I think that they shed something on me too. So I think it was a myriad of things that piled up in my
I
system.
see. I'm sorry to interrupt. Albie's here, but I gotta tend to
Yeah,
my mother-in-law real quick, so I'm gonna jump off, and then I'll have you. I'll watch the show, but I'll jump off the stream yards.
Okay, that's not a problem. If you want to come back, you come back. I can hold up to 8 people.
it was
Okay,
nice
doke.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Paula.
That's my girl Gigi.
Later.
Yay.
Bye, baby. So let's go ahead and bring in Albie. So we're gonna cut this butter right now.
Oh, what's up, my friend?
What
Hello,
up?
peace and
Long
love,
time
and
no
don't put
see.
anybody on
Yeah,
timeout.
Yeah, no timeouts, man. I'm cool. I'm not
yeah.
religious like I used to be, bro. I've
Oh,
changed.
I'm sorry.
It's
I made a
okay.
mistake,
It's okay.
but I
I
won't
forgive
do that
you.
again. I won't do that
I
again.
still love you.
I
I
let
know
y'all
you
talk.
love you. I know.
Peace,
It's
peace and
good.
love.
I didn't mean that. I didn't know who you were, and I shouldn't
Oh,
have
yeah,
done
that's right.
that.
I changed my name. That's right.
Yeah,
You didn't
that's
know who I
why. So
was.
that's why.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I
That's my
remember
bad.
your voice somewhere. Yeah, I had a
It's
time
my
on. I
bad.
said, I hope I didn't do the wrong thing. I reckon
But
Yeah,
do
I
that.
yeah. But I didn't
I
tell
love
you it was me, and I should have.
not only
Yeah.
that, Paula, but I love your picture.
Yeah,
Your
that's powerful, isn't it?
That's a very pretty picture. I love your hair.
Thank
I'm
you.
I'm a sucker for hair. I give tips on hair because
Yeah,
I grew up in a house with girls. Okay, so
right.
I used to get all these tips like how to take care of hair and stuff. But you have beautiful hair. I uh, love it.
It's baby fine hair. I never did get adult hair. I still have baby hair.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
You know, what I used to do with my sister, I used to get the avocado, like the really ripe avocados, and even the
Yes.
bananas, the really ripe bananas, and I used to mush it together, and I used to layer it on my sister's hair and just make it into a mush, and then have her like hold on to it for like 5 minutes, and then rinse it off, and in a few days you see how soft and flowy and so beautiful the oils of the avocado and the bananas. It's just, I grew jealous because like I loved the way her hair was, and then the jealousy kind of like flipped over, and then my sister was jealous of me because I had like really really nice hair because I let my hair grow out. And she's like, I want your hair. I was like, you can have it, but but you have pretty hair too. So it's, I don't know. Life is funny, it has your ups and downs, and it takes you around,
Yeah.
and it puts you through these trials. I feel, and a lot of tests because life tests you,
Yes.
and
Oh, yes, everything's a test. I want to say real quick, I am sorry, Albie, for saying that people who abuse their wrenches should have them taken away
You
because
know
it
what?
was
You say
my
what you want.
dumbass.
I forgive
My
it.
dumbass
I'm
didn't let
not
you know
worried
who I
about it.
was.
You have
So
every
that was
right to
my
express
fault.
yourself. You express yourself in any way. I understand it.
Thank
You
you,
don't have to
brother.
apologize to me. I mean, I
Thank
understand.
you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Because
this is
I'm a very
where
nice person.
we're gathering the energy and building up like forgiveness. We need to be more forgiving, more loving.
Yeah.
Jessica, how you doing? I see you in the chat. That's my girl too. I see you, girl. Hope you're doing good. I haven't spoken to you in a while, but I speak to your men all the time. So we got to talk. We definitely got to talk because we got to talk. But other than that, I hope you're doing well. But it's all about forgiving, forgiving one another, and coming to a realization that we can't hold on to grudges because we only have this life right now that we're here at the in the form that we're in now. But once we die, we go into another form. We go into another place, another energy, another. We might be reincarnated and come back here again.
I don't
It's
want to come back here. I don't like it here. No.
and I feel like
You
that's the
know,
punishment sometimes.
hey, I
'Cause
want to
if
add a
we don't learn our
comment, Rick.
lesson, we end up here again, and we end up in a
But
repeating
I
cycle.
did learn a lesson. My birth
Hey,
chart
I want to
information,
comment.
remember?
This about reincarnation, I want to be in a different vessel, not the same vessel that I died of. So, yeah, Rick, I agree with that.
I think I came here to help.
Yeah, yeah, and it all depends on how you are as a person and what determines you at the end. I feel like if you are one of these evil murderers or evil craziness and
Right?
stuff, I feel like they get reincarnated and be brought back here as evilness. But if we come in peace and light and we're very happy and loving, and we end up dying in that same form, we get to go into the butterfly cluster, and we get to go into
Yes.
another form, and we transform. Our energy
Right
gets
on.
even
And I
stronger and
believe in that.
better. Yeah.
Yeah. The
So
only thing I can figure is I came back one more time to try to help a bunch of people that don't want my help.
mhm, yeah, and I feel like me too. I feel like I've been trapped in a cycle, and it's just in different periods and different times, and
I'll
things
be too.
happened,
Yeah.
but it all brought us
Doc.
here together
You.
right now.
Yep. Also
Everything we
Nicole.
done, yeah, everything we
These
done
two
in our
groups.
past, everything we've done in our past lives, everything that you could think of has brought us to here at this moment right now. And
So
we're here
glad I
as
met you
witnesses.
guys. Yes.
We're
Yes.
we're we are witnesses. We're the jury here right now. And as we see things is how we judge things. And I feel like, if we are end up, being more loving and more helping and being there for one another, I totally agree. We will end up in that butterfly cluster very easily, find our way to another dimension, another uh, another
There's
life.
5 Earths there to choose from. You have your choice.
Hmm.
5 Earths there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm. We're not the only ones here. We're not the only planet. We're not the only life forms. There's so much
Right.
life. There's so much life that it's just impossible to count or reach. The only way you get there is through the butterfly cluster. I feel that's the only way you get to, if you want to astral project to another world, another your life form into another. You got to go through that cluster.
Absolutely. And it's where the wow signal came from years
Mm-hmm.
ago. It's where the
Mm.
wow signal came from, and they couldn't never figure out what it meant. And it was after that that I found it, and I didn't even know that that was the center of the universe at the time that I found it. And then when I fucking go looking it up online, very few people know about it. You know, just NASA talking about surfacey shit. Very few spiritual people knew anything about it. And I found out that that is where the souls go that overcome reincarnation. So it's
Mm.
exactly like you said, Rick. Exactly like you said. And I know you haven't seen my video playlist on it yet. So it's
Mm.
exactly like you said. You
Dude,
like pulled that right out of my head. You're good.
I haven't seen, you know what I've been doing this since the time I've been out? I went to Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico for a week and had a beautiful time. The water was so amazing. I want to go back,
I
and
know.
I will
Well,
be going
come
back
back.
this year.
And
I love the island. I love
I
Puerto
still,
Rico, but I went to Maine for the first time in my life. I went to Maine. I've always wanted to go to Maine. I had
uh,
a great clam bake, a lobster. I had amazing seafood. I have pictures and stuff that I will show you guys in video. Um,
oh,
I had a great time, and I have future endeavors. Future this year's not even over. We're just past halfway in the year,
I know,
and I
right?
still have more to go. And I want to enjoy life. I want everyone to be able to do what I do, and not only that, but just do something. Something that makes you happy. Something you don't have to spend money for happiness. You could go to the
I
woods.
come to
You could go to
channels
a
like
park.
this for happiness because I feel alive when I'm with other people that are vibing high
Hmm.
because that's life.
Yes, I'm high on life right now, and
Yes.
I love nature.
I got
I
high
love.
listening to Doc earlier and I ain't smoked a shit today. Nothing. I was literally high on Doc earlier. Like it was awesome.
Yeah, yeah, and we need to do more. We need to like feed animals. Like I have cats, right? I love cats. I know Paula
Mhm.
loves cats. I love
Yes.
my cats to death. They are
Yes.
my. I treat them as my children. And if you
Yes.
mess with my children, you're gonna have problems.
Fur babies.
Because I
Or
adore them,
fur
and I give them
babies.
the yes. And people don't understand that these animals have energy too, and they feed
Yes.
off of us, and we feed off of them. Them rubbing themselves on you and purring, and that energy gets into you. It's just as I how can I explain it? It's kind of like you're passing that energy wirelessly, and it gets into your core system, and it makes you feel more alive. It makes you feel more relaxed. It brings more joy when you have that interaction, you
Yes.
know and the beautiful part about it is, like, I have my two cats here, but outside where I live, we have 8 cats that live outside, and
Yeah, I got
our
a
building,
lot too.
yeah, yeah, our
Yeah.
building here is pro cats, and our building loves cats, and not only that, but the owner and management allows us to build them houses outside and shelter for the cats and bedding and food. Constantly, these cats are they get their 3 meals every day. We have someone that's dedicated that we donate money to that feeds the cats outside and gives them water and everything. And I think that's so awesome, especially where I live, because there's a lot of places that they shun upon like cats and stuff, and then they want to trap them and send them to like, why do that? These are feral cats. They help with our rodent problems. They help with our insect problems. Like, there's no
Yes.
roaches here. There's no rats here. There's no mice here. They are guards. They are. I don't know. I see the good. I see very little bad these days. Because I want to see the good in everything.
Yeah, I try to see the good, but then the bad comes and mows me down every single time.
Yeah, it comes in through media. It comes in through, if we went back to the days, right, of the 70s, let's say even the 60s, where there was no internet, there was no computers, there's no cell phones. How
The only
did you
way to
think
do
those
that
people?
is well, like someone else.
Yeah, they found peace and love. Look at the 60s and 70s. Like, it was all about peace and love. Even through the
Yeah,
war, they still showed their love and was still fighting for peace. And
yeah,
we're still doing it to this day. It's just this day, it's just more aggressive because they really want to push the agenda.
right.
But I wish I could go back into the 70s. I wish I could go to the 60s.
Yeah,
Those times were very. You want to talk about racism? Like, the 60s was really bad with racism, but we found a way to bring in peace and love to get us to
yes.
us where we're at today in our society, and yet we're going backwards, and they want to push us into more racism and reparations and all this craziness. It's like, why are you
Yeah,
like why are we going in the cycle? Why are we repeating racism? Didn't we figure this thing out already?
we did.
Like,
They didn't. They want us to war against each other because if we war against each other, they end up killing each other, and then again, you have population control.
yeah. And the fact that, we get censored. I have gotten censored so much on YouTube. Oh man, you guys don't know. When I was off YouTube for these 3 months, I kept getting blocked from my channel. They were going back through my videos and probably watching my videos because there's someone in the government that's or in YouTube that's watching and flagging my channel.
Yeah,
And it's just crazy that even Albie birthday show, that it was a birthday show for him. They brought it down. They took it down.
what?
Yeah, YouTube took it down because they reviewed it and they said there was something about something that it didn't. My thing is like, okay, what happened to the First Amendment? What happened to the freedom of speech? What happened to, like, I have freedom of speech here. I can say what I want to say. It's my opinion. It's my statements. And yet they want to, no, you can't say that. They want us to be like a third world country. They want us to be like China. They want us to be, submissive. You can't have a thought for yourself. We want to control the narrative. And I think
We're
that's where,
becoming, yeah, we're becoming self-governing, and they don't want that because if we become self-governing, we won't need them anymore.
yeah, and the fact that we really don't need them, and
You
that's why all this is happening.
know,
I got at least 10 videos taken down by YouTube, and this is solely on YouTube. And the thing is that these videos are very long. They're not like, oh, like a 30-minute show and they take it down. No, these are like, I do long shows. I do 4 or 5 hours. There's shows that have done 12 hours long that I'll sit here for 10, 12 hours. And some of them got taken down because of something I said about a certain thing. Yeah, so I got censored, and I lost my free speech. I lost my First Amendment. And I'm like,
Yeah, we learned
damn,
that
that's
way
fucked
before
up.
recently. Yeah. Yep.
You
This is
I mean, if
new
I
to
was in,
some.
I would
We've been
understand if
censored for years.
I would understand if I was in Russia or I was in China. They did this to me because I knew,
Mhm.
they're, but this is America, and not only that, but it's like you got to follow the rules of the land where you're at, and where I live, I still have free speech, supposedly. But these days,
Supposedly.
it gets challenged because if you go to an officer and you say something that doesn't sit well with them, they'll arrest you and throw you in jail.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And I'm like, what's going on with the system? That's so
Well,
freaking crazy. Oh, I don't know, Paula.
personally, personally, I think it's shit so that we want to escape, so that we want to better ourselves so we can get the fuck away from them. And they're sick of being alive too, so they want it all to end.
This is my problem, right? Okay. Example, right? Someone got pushed in the train station in New York City, right? The person killed someone. Not and not nothing happening. And the fact that they have police officers in train stations, they have video cameras, they have all this stuff, right? But the problem is that the person that they kill, if it's a black person on a white person, then that person will get off in about 30 days. He'll probably be back on the streets. He'll probably be back on the streets the next day. They got to pay his bail and he'd be out. But if it's a white person that does it to a black person, then all hell breaks loose. And, that's where the racism in the system is so fucked up, because it's supposed to not have any race in sight when it comes to justice. There shouldn't be any color in justice system. It should be deemed on what you did to society that judges you upon, not your skin color. And then we'll decide after, okay, you're black, we'll get, if you're white, oh, we're going to hammer on you because you have white privilege. I'm like, what is white privilege? What is black privilege?
There's rich privilege, and that is all. And you can be any color and be rich. There's no privilege for us beyond.
Yeah, and then the thing is, it's like all these crimes that are happening, right? And they're just getting pat in the hand and not being forceful and being more stringent when it comes to punishment. They just, I don't know. It's just something's not right. Something's not right. And then the reparations. Okay, they're giving out reparations now in Michigan. I think there's $10 million they're giving away to black families that if you are claiming reparations, you could get money, free money. And I'm like, that doesn't really make any sense because, or example, I know I have African roots from me. I am from a Puerto Rican descent, but in my breakdown in my family history, I have African roots from slavery. That slaves that were brought into Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico was a slave trade island, and they sexy time. They had sexy time, and generations passed, and I'm here, and I'm Puerto Rican. I was born to white parents, not white as white, but they're tan. But I came out dark, and I look at my parents and I look at my color. I'm like, why am I dark and you guys are light? My parents couldn't answer, but they told me, it's through your ancestors. from African descent, that you ended up with this color. It's like Taino in Spanish.
Right?
Jessica's
That's right.
in here, so she'll know what Taino is. Because I come from a Taino background, Indian background, but those Indians are mixed with Africans that came to the island.
Yeah.
So do I claim
We
reparations?
thought that.
Should I claim reparations because I come from a
Oh, no, I
slavery?
think we should, just so we can get some of that honey pot. Shit.
I mean, we all could claim some kind of reparations because we were brought here. We're not from America originally. They came
Right.
from Europe. They came from the British. So do we go to the British asking for reparations for sending us over here?
Right.
You're starting a chain reaction of stupidity. Everything happens for a reason, but you shouldn't be given money and rewards because of what happened in the past. I mean, what happened in the past got you to where you're at today.
Right.
So I don't understand the money, part of it, because San Francisco wants to do the same thing. If you could prove that that you came from a slavery, whatever, they're giving you money. And we're not talking about a little bit of money. We're talking about like millions. For what? I don't get it. For that, we owe the Indians everything that were on this land. We owe Mexico half of this land because half of the land belongs to Mexico. So are we going to give the land back to Mexico? Because that's what Ben and Jerry's wants us to do, right? Because they were talking about, oh yeah, give back the land to the natives. Okay, because they want Mount Rushmore given back to the natives. If you're going to do that, then close your business down, give your land back to the natives of that land, get rid of California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado. I can name all the states. And you're going to have to get that back to Mexico. Matter of fact, all this land doesn't belong to us. This land is not our land. This land was made for you and me.
All staticky. I think it's StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard is just it's
Wonky lately.
But this land is for you and me right now. And the fact that they want to go through the cycle again, because I feel like it's a repeating cycle. When it comes to racism, it comes to all this craziness that's going on. I feel like we're just going in this big circle.
It's doomed to repeat itself.
It's like, didn't we do this already?
It don't matter.
It's like Disney, right? This going to Disney with their live action, and them going the circle again because they can't create new content, so they go into repeating cycles of their movies, and now they're doing live action. And the latest one that I saw is the Snow White that they're redoing in a live action. And I saw the picture of the cast, and they show what it's going to look like, and wow, they're not even dwarves. There's one short guy, one that looks like a dwarf. The other 6 look like regular humans. They were like black, white, other different colors. And Snow White is she's not even white. She's like, I think she comes from a Spanish descent. Why we're doing this? That's my question. Why the agenda of manipulating our minds to go back into a racism state? Like, why are we going back to this? Why are we trying to?
We're not doomed to repeat history. They make us repeat history. That's the same thing I said earlier. Every time we end the cycle of history, they come in and they go, no, we're going to do this reset again, and we're going to throw you back there anyway, whether you like it or not. That's why they got to go.
Yeah, the system has to change. I mean, I feel this is what's going to have to happen. and this is a vision. I feel like the only way this is going to happen if it's war breaks out and war is brought here to the States. Okay, meaning they come here, they bombard Washington, they attack certain states, and they bring the United States down to its knee. And the only way you can do that is bringing war here. How successful they're going to be? The only way you're going to be able to do that is if Russia throws all their nuclear weapons at the United States at the same time. That's the only way that this country is going to wipe itself out of the evilness that's in Washington and throughout our states. Then life could start over in a way that humanity could reform again, because I feel like we evolve and the human race will evolve, and we can start over in a ways that we could bring peace and love again, because it's been done before. We had the Great Flood, that wiped out society, and yet life still found a way. And we had a lot of things happen, and to this point that we're at right now, evil has really infiltrated our government system. Everything that we do is controlled. Your cell phone, your laptop, all your devices is controlled. Even the electricity that you use in your home is being monitored, because they know if you're home or not based on your usage in your home. That's why you have a meter outside your home that's connected to a line, and that line feeds, and that's how they know what to charge you for the amount of energy that you use. So we're always constantly being controlled. We are controlled.
Yep.
How we free ourselves, many people don't want to do that. Stop using cell phones, stop using laptops, stop with the technology, just.
They're going to turn it all off on us eventually, so we're going to use it while we still can.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only way we can communicate with each other, because like I was saying earlier, back in the 60s, 70s, there was no internet. Even the 80s, there was not really internet like that. And when we had to use the cell phone, or we didn't even have a cell phone, we had the rotary phone, which is that and you had and that was a pain in the butt. And then I remember, I remember the old school phone where you had to pick up and then you had to down. I remember we had the phone when we needed the operator, we would say operator, and someone would come on and you tell them, oh, I need to talk to this person, lives in New York, and they will find that person and connect you.
Yeah.
That was collect calling back in the days.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what they called it, collect calling. Yep.
And we were always monitored, and we're still monitored to this day through our cell phones. They record everything you say, even if you're not on your phone. Let's say your phone is off, right?
Yep.
They can still hear every single conversation, everything you're talking about. Even if you take off the battery, because now the batteries are soldered to the phones, but even the phones that you could take off the battery and you think that nobody's hearing, the phone is still listening to everything you're saying.
Yeah, and so my husband thinks I'm crazy when I start yelling at the assholes for being little bitches. And they can fucking hear me, and I let them know, look, I ain't afraid of you. I ain't afraid. You fucking piss me off. You make me sick. You could change. You could choose to be a better individual. But do you know? So fuck off. I let them know.
My dad used to tell me, it's like, Rick, they're always listening. He was the first one that told me about it. I told my dad, fuck them. I don't give a fuck what they're listening. They can listen all they want. They need to learn from what I'm saying.
They refuse. They refuse to learn. That's the thing. Because You know, they are so addicted to the power that they feel when they're being evil that they have forgotten, and I'm going to keep saying it until one of them hears me. They have forgotten that there is power in being good too, and you should love that power more because it's pure.
Yeah. Well, they're listening. They're always listening. So give it to them. You know what I mean? If that's how you feel the energy inside is best to release it than to keep it in.
Yep.
Yeah. And going to the chat real quick, I see Gigi, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and are Afro Latinos, which is true because we have African roots in our systems from slaveries, like from slaveries that came to our islands. Do we get reparation? Is my question. Do I get reparations? Because look at my color.
Right.
I come from tan parents, so I know I have African roots and Indian roots in me.
Yeah.
So where's my reparations? That's what I
Right.
want. Give me a casino.
Right. Give me a casino. Right. Just one. Just
Just
one.
one. No, I'm not
That's all
asking
I
for
need
much.
is one.
And fill it up with a lot of money. And I'll
Well,
be
that
set.
would just happen. That the people would they just run to it.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying about the reparations and about
Hmm.
it's the government. It's they want to do this whole cycle. Okay, then give me money then.
Yeah.
Give me money, and I don't have to. I don't know. I'm doing fine as I am, but shit, I could use the extra money.
Right.
Yeah,
Who can't?
you know.
No.
But
We could all use a little extra money in our pockets.
yeah, we do. But I feel tired. It's not me. Someone is that you, Paula? You feel a little off, like not tired, but you feel like, eh,
This place is wearing me out.
yeah, I feel it. I just felt it,
Well,
like
the realist is like, I just want them to leave me alone. Exactly. That's how I feel. I'm just like, ugh, ugh.
the whole conversation was broken up. Everything that
Oh,
you said, you sounded like a robot.
okay. Do I sound better now?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. I just feel drained. I just
Okay.
feel drained. I just like the realist said in chat, I just want them to leave me alone. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw Doc try to get in, but he came in and comes back off. So I don't know what's going on on
Oh,
his
send
side.
another link in chat. Just send
I'll
him a
send,
fresh link.
I'll
Yeah.
send it right now.
'Cause he needs to come up.
Yeah, I would love for him to come on. And Jessica, it's true. Taking out the mic and the camera out of the phone is best but they still gonna listen to you because the microphone on the phone where you speak is where the device is where you need that to speak on to anyone. But that's where they listen to you from. People think they listen to you from other places of the phone. It's possibly, but they're really into that mic and it's wired into it. So the only way to really communicate, without so much being monitored is through a letter. You send a letter to
Yeah.
someone, you write out the letter, you glue it, lick it, put the stamp, and put it in the mailbox. That's how it used to be back in the days. I remember when my grandma and my mom used to write each other letters. And my grandmother used to write my mom like 5-page letters, front and back, of
Yes.
conversations she wanted to speak. And then my mom would write back to her and she would write about like 6 pages. And I remember my mom writing out everything. And she would put in the post, put in the mail and send it to, she would send it to her mom. And that's how they communicated. For a very long time, they communicated by mail. And no one read
Yes.
the mail. only between, the person you're writing to. But now technology put it to the point that, yeah, you write an email to let's say your mother or someone you love, but then someone else is
Uh-oh,
reading that
now you
email
sound
too,
like a computer.
and oh, here's Doc. Let me bring him in.
Come on, Doc. Pull him in. Help me pull him in.
Doc,
Yes.
What up,
he's
Doc?
here.
Okay, I'm using the phone that everyone says usually has problems with the mic because the other
Yeah.
one y'all can't even see me and I can't hear you, so I don't know what else to do. So hopefully this works. I reset this bitch twice. I went and did something else and came back. I don't know, bro. So hopefully that works. Are we good?
Yeah, it sounds
All
Yes.
right.
it does. It sounds low,
Welcome.
but we do hear you.
You sound muffled, Doc, but I can hear you too.
Oh
I can
hell
hear
no.
him.
No, it's not. Don't even tell me that. Is it?
I can hear you good.
I can hear
So
you
it might
good
just
too.
be temporary. Do not leave. Do not leave. It'll
Okay.
straighten out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
We'll let you speak, Doc. Go ahead. You could, because I know you have some stuff you have to say.
I what I got to say is I'm chilling. I fried my own brain earlier. I went pretty deep for not going that deep. I wasn't planning on going that deep, but I went pretty deep. I've been up since 3:00 this morning too, though. To be fair, so I was up at witching
That's true
hour.
because you're an early
Yeah,
bird.
I was up. Well, I was up at witching. Well, yeah, I'm an early bird, but I woke up especially early because
Mhm.
I think the spirits woke me up. I don't really see any other reason why. And so I did my thing early in the morning, and I was gonna go back to sleep, but I couldn't. So, because after I did my devotional thing, I was like fired up, and so I
Right.
just
Charged.
and I was
Supercharged.
reading, and I was reading and doing my thing, and so way before I talked to you guys, I had already been reading and studying and meditating, and uh, you know, like
And I didn't go to bed till 5, so I was up
Doc,
with you. That's how
yeah, you go to
charged
bed when I
you
wake up, Paula.
Doc,
were. Yeah, I know. I know.
I used to do that. I don't do that no more.
Doc,
I'm early bed, early
Doc,
rise.
Jasenia,
Yeah.
Doc, Jasenia says to grab the laptop and headphones from the living room. To grab her laptop and headset in the living room to use that. That's what she wrote in the chat.
That might work. I have to set it all up again,
Yeah,
though.
she's telling you to go.
If it gets bad enough, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, if it gets bad enough.
So yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking about. That's why I was like, who is he? Who the fuck is Yasenda, right? You called her Yasenda.
Yeah.
It was Jessica. I always had to
Don't
say
that
Yesenia.
don't mean say her name, bruh. Fuck.
I know it's
Ninja
Jessica, but I
Bunny.
say Yesenia. I always don't know why.
She's Ninja Bunny Magi of the Unknown. That's her name.
In
And if you notice, all
my
that
head.
implies unknown, meaning don't
But yeah.
say her name, bruh. I'm gonna have to get that.
So yeah, so about what you were talking about earlier about the
yeah.
I'll let you pick up on that.
Rick, I was talking about all kinds of shit earlier. What was I talking about? You funny, bro.
Well, you said you want to go through these chapters from your book on your channel. You were
Which
talking
one?
about, with the chapters you wanted to.
I like to mess with Rick.
Well, the last one that you were talking about.
I've known Rick
The one you said you're going to read the first 5 chapters.
What? Oh, my grimoire, my Bible.
Yeah. That one. The first 5 books. Yes.
She's like, I'm not religious now. I ain't worried about it.
I'm not religious no more. I have done a lot of morphing and growing since last time we spoke.
Yeah. Well, you tell me about it.
That was hilarious that you
I don't
brought
care
up.
about anybody's
Yeah.
religion. I give respect for who you are. I don't care about your
Yeah.
religion and faith.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
okay
care
if
if you
you're
are
okay with mine. I'm okay with
religious,
yours. If you're not, then I'm not
as
gonna
long
fool
as you
with you.
don't
I'm just
judge
gonna
me.
move on.
But
I
that's what
got
the
I'm not
more.
problem
judging anyone.
was.
I got
Yeah.
more inspiration from Jesus than most Christians. So
Yeah.
That's
And I
great.
didn't understand that at the time. So I was
Yeah,
like, oh
well,
my God, you have idols. That's bad, blah, blah, blah.
I
And I just
understood, but
was terrible.
Paula, to be honest with you, I was trying to like figure out what the hell I was doing myself. It was like watching
Yeah.
myself in third person. Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing? But it felt so right, and it was like it was a process of breaking through the
Yeah.
programming and
Yep.
realize
Yep.
like this is what our ancestors did.
Yeah.
And it's
religious
like all these
programming, see,
ancient gods and
religions that programmed us is what got us blind and confused. It's because of religions.
Yes.
And religions
Exactly.
are from the extraterrestrials that wants to control and dominate our lives. And it's not
Preach
based
it.
on skin color.
Yep.
It's based on the psychological spiritual warfare. They don't want you becoming God and creator of us on earth,
and they
whether we
Exactly.
sure
give permission or not, to validate creation in him, her. Well, you know
Yeah.
that gonna be cool, and I'm gonna put my shit in mute until I can jump back in.
they
That's good stuff there, Albie.
they sure as hell don't want you communicating with the goddess.
Right.
That's the
Exactly.
whole thing. And this
It's
is
the
more than
whole
just
damn
religion. This
thing.
goes into so many aspects of society. This
Mhm.
is all of society, all of human inter- a, a transgender woman just beat a real woman as Miss Netherlands 2023. Do I need to say any more?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
They
This
want
is
to
another.
what you call
remove all
simulation.
females and take
Simulacrum.
our
And don't,
place.
well, you know.
I'm so against that. I mean,
Yeah.
they should have their own pageant. If it's
They
gonna be
should
like
have
No,
that,
their
do your own
exactly.
pageant. Do your own thing. I'll watch it. I'll vote for you. You know, I'll pick the
exactly.
best one. But get off of my ass, motherfucker, because I bite.
Leave the women alone. The women, that's what. Listen, the women are so special. They're more special than men. Okay.
Yeah, well, they're getting their heads crushed by 6'2", 200-pound women. Okay, playing
Wannabes.
sports.
Yeah, that's not right. Women shouldn't be getting injured like that because they got to fight a man now. If they wanted to fight a man, like wrestling, they will go and join a man's wrestling, and they will go and they will get their ass kicked or kick the ass of the man.
Hmm.
But don't come into my woman's sport and kick my ass because that ain't even cool.
Yeah, because like, okay, even if you do pound for pound, right? I let's say Floyd Mayweather goes in to fight a female. He's gonna kill her. He's gonna
Yeah,
hurt her. He could kill her with a punch. It's not.
yeah,
It's just. Even if you put it the same Mike Tyson, I don't even want to face Mike Tyson. How the fuck a woman is gonna step into a ring and try to fight? Oh, because he identifies as a female.
bro.
Is that what was given to him at birth? No, but he identifies. Then no, like what you're born with is what you are. You're only born with. There's only two sex, male and a female. I don't believe in there's 78 sexes. There's 100 and whatever thousand different types of sexes. No, you're born with a dick or a puss. That's it.
Yeah, that's about how it
Now,
goes.
if you don't want that at a later age, then chop it off or do whatever you want. But it doesn't change from who what you were born with, and You
Well,
know, and listen to this: you were born
well,
from a woman. You're not born from a male or anything like that.
that's
You're
right.
born
You're born
from
from a
a
woman.
female. With
But to
even
be fair,
males can never have a baby, even if they try to experimental have it. We don't have the hips to give birth. Our hips
no,
are
you
more
don't.
narrow.
That's
Females
right.
are more, that's why they have hips. That's why they have curves. It's because of the way their bone structure is. Like
Yes.
it doesn't it's
But to be fair, there are technically four sexes. Some have both, and some are born with none.
yeah, and the ones that born with both could classify as asexual. You know, it's like
Uh-huh.
I
So
don't.
just four. There's no more than four.
It's just once you start adding and then multiplying, it turns into a wildfire. You know, and then how are you gonna stop it? It's uncontrollable. You know what I mean? Once you give an inch to
They
let's
take a
say
mile.
a mile, you know, and it's just and especially these pageants, you know, and they had to move the Miss Universe for 2023, I think, from Dubai to I think it's India or something, because in Dubai they don't recognize um, homosexuals. They don't recognize the Pride or the LBGTQ 1, 2, 3, 4 LMLP QRXYZ. They don't recognize them, and it's against
Go,
their law, their
go
law.
look at the runner up that was a female, and you explain to me how the hell she lost.
I
I
would
want to
be
know.
devastated if that was me and I was a female and I lost to a male and I came in second place.
Mhm.
I would be so devastated because
Women are cheering and clapping, and that's what blows my mind.
that's what blows my
Well,
mind
they're
too.
brainwashed. Those women are the brainwashed ones.
How is that progressive?
Like what?
How is that progressive? How is that helping the female race? How is that?
Progressive, right down the drain.
You remember the scene when Trump became president and this other guy that he didn't like clearly was walking in front of him and Trump come up behind him and shoved him aside and brought himself up front? That is what they are doing to the women.
Mm, 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 mm. And the
Mhm.
thing is that when is this going to correct itself? Because it's just like I said, it's like a wildfire right now, and it's just getting out of control. Like we were talking about earlier, they have divisions. If you want, like, let's put it this way: you're not going to have the let's say the Olympics. Okay, you're not going to have the handicap Olympics with the normal Olympics because handicaps are going to get destroyed in the real Olympics. So that's a form of discrimination. But no, they have their own Olympics. They have their own challenges. They have their own competitions, and and it's not frowned upon. It's okay. They have their own because they know they can't get with the regular people because the regular people are going to destroy them. So the transsexuals now want to get into the males want to get into the female sports and not only that, they want to get into Olympics also. They want to get into the female Olympics. This is when is it going to stop? When are they going to put the foot down and say males are not allowed? It doesn't matter if you change your sex, you're not allowed into the female world and into those sports. You have your own category, and
Rick,
you
it's
could
just
fight
started.
amongst yourselves.
It's just started. Pretty soon there won't be gender at all. Then there won't be age. That'll be the next one. Mark my
And
words.
then
Uh-huh.
and then there's going to be and then they're going to get rid of the consent to sex too because like what's next,
Hmm.
you
You
Well,
know
know?
I
what
mean, if you're
you
half AI, what is age?
What is consent?
Albie's gonna speak. Albie's gonna speak. What, Albie?
Um, far as it goes to women and men, I mean, I forgot what I want to speak about when Doc was talking about AI and all of this software and stuff and bots. You know, gotta be careful with the information that you give out on the internet. Besides, them taking your rights away. we really need to form an organization to fight back these evil thugs because it's going to come a time when, on all levels, we're already going through our psychological warfare, being manipulated and being used against our will. You know,
Yeah.
I think it's illusional. I think free will is illusional, and other things that kind of dovetails around it, and it's meant to enslave you. Like money, it enslaves you. It don't
Yeah.
matter because money does not exist anyways. Never has. And this is the things they're trying to soul trap you. And the moon used to be a burning sun, in case you guys didn't know that. When I research on things, I go way back in the cosmic times, like 4 billion years ago, and humans were
Yeah.
on Earth about 43 billion years ago. So there's nothing new under the suns. And the suns you see in the sky, those are returning because it's based on frequency and conscious of love. And that's why things are viewing the way it is. I mean, if God works in mysterious ways, then if you can't love a person, you gotta love yourself. The love is dead. The only thing that's true love is your self love towards others and respect. But it's not what I really wanted to say. But Doc had me fearing him there when he talked about AI implants and stuff like that. We need to find a way to dress ourselves because you can't trust restaurants these days. You
Gigi's
don't
in
know
the
what
back.
you're sticking in your mouth. And you don't even know what you're eating on from the restaurants. It's best that you cook a home dinner, and because they're implanting AI into the food. They're poisoning foods in the water and in the air. They want to use AI by means of slavery and control. And that's the only reason why I butt in next to Doc and start saying something. If you guys can
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
Bring in Gigi in. Yeah,
Hello,
but with
hello.
hey, what's up, girl? But back to the AI, right? Because we're abusing AI how they abuse us, like how humanity abuses us, and now we're trying to pass the buck to AI. But then AI is gonna get tired, and they're gonna turn against us.
The only
And
way you're gonna beat AI, the only way you're gonna beat AI, if you find people that are a very extremely high IQ, that are very technical. I mean, Elon Musk is not the only richest person in the world, and I don't give a fuck about Fauci and Bill Gates. Excuse my language, but you gotta have a very high IQ. See, it wouldn't be so bad if AI was regulated. They're going to regulate prescription drugs, marijuana, this, and regulate that. Why don't they regulate a? Because AI is worse than a bomb going off.
you know, AI is not really from here. It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
It was brought here.
by extraterrestrials.
We learned from a code that was brought here how we developed the internet and everything. It's from code, and it was brought here. It wasn't like something we. This is going back way back in the days. We're not talking about just the our computers and our internet. No, we're talking about like way back before the pyramids. And the computer, it was old. It was just old school way of how they were so advanced, more advanced than what we are right now. And how we lost, how
Yep.
we got lost in transition, it baffles me still to this day. But the technology we have now is not really new.
No, and that's
Every,
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you go back 4,082,000,000 years ago, when the Earth was being made, when the first humans were on Earth, was Adapa and Tiamat, and there's some variations of the story which confuses the man's mind. It's because you got your good and bad angels, and it's always got to be a twisted tale that corrupts humanity as it is now.
Well, society is always gonna, as long as there's two people here, they it's either peace or love or war. It's like hate and war, and right now we're in the hate and war, and AI is gonna play a big factor in this war. And I mean, I have visions of, and I've been having dreams of something really big happening, like within
Yeah,
this
because
upcoming
you
year.
can use because the AI was meant as a weapon to slave. It wasn't meant to help us. It was made as a weapon to control you. And AI is going to be used in World War III and everything too, because
Well,
they
Yeah,
made a short
it's
film
happening.
about that.
it's happening.
And,
Yeah.
you know, in the Bible, it tells us about at least one war that was against AI at Jericho with Joshua and the Battle of Jericho. They were going in to take out AI, and they were told not to take anything from there, but to destroy and kill it all and everything and everyone. And some morons took some AI shit with them, and here we are today.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the true. Yeah, that's true. And it says in the Revelations, which is the end of the Bible, that there's going to be a war based on that AI and that it's going to be based off all that artificial
It's the
intelligence shit.
Yeah,
They're
that's a
putting it
whole
in
fact.
official ways. They're
the
poisoning their food with
statues.
it. They're poisoning it. They're poisoning the water. They're poisoning the air. They're poisoning the foods.
Yeah, but their main goal is to mix the iron with the clay, which is the feet of Nebuchadnezzar's statue. And that's why the shots, because they want to get that iron in there mixed with clay. And we already have iron in us. They've already been
Hmm.
putting it in us.
Yeah, it's
But
in our
now they
blood.
want to, yeah. And so now they want to add the AI tech to blend with the iron that they put in there so that they can turn us into a bunch of Borg.
That's why Elon Musk is doing these microchips on the brains and starting to control, helping people that are paralyzed be unparalyzed again through a chip. Um,
Yeah,
it-
I think it's called the Neuralink or something like that.
yep,
yeah,
that's
that's what it's called. Yes.
yep, that's the name of it, and that's what is the beginning of pretty much the end of society as we know it. It's just I just want to share my dream because my dream was very real. I felt in my dream that Russia decided to go all out and just shoot other missiles here to the United States. Everything they have, they just want to say that's it, put an end to it, and get rid of Washington and get rid of the a lot of around the world bases that the U.S. have, and they don't mind sacrificing the world for it because the world is already polluted with all the craziness of evilness. Um, I feel like Russia is the good guys and we're the bad ones.
We are, well, we aren't, they are. But the thing is the British are coming, the British are coming, and the British invasion, the Beatles, shoot Britain all the shit. Leave us the fuck alone because that's who owns Washington.
Mm.
Washington's not part of America, so go blow them to smithereens.
Yeah, because Washington's a state of their own.
Yes,
Anything else
they're
that
connected.
Agreed.
America is run by a bunch of corporations, and the president is put in charge of the military and corporations. I had a video demonstrating that. Guys can join my Discord server. I got a clip on that because I do go to other sites and collect information for my personal studies, and come to find out, America is not a nation; it's just a corporation.
Oh yeah, I
I
agree.
call it a corpseration because they're all about corpses.
I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just not the United. It's not really united. It's kind of like the divided states of America. because
And you can put it that way, Rick. Yes.
every state has their thinking and with their policies
You
and
know,
rules.
every state has their own constitution,
Hmm.
and I don't think the mainland's constitution. So I think they're trying to take the mainland constitution away and then start on the states. And certain places want to legalize marijuana at a late time, and it don't make sense to me because they should have done that 30, 60 years ago. And
Well, they definitely trying
Canada,
to they definitely trying to rewrite the Constitution. If Biden had he, I mean, it would be a big fight, but they want to change the Constitution. They've been wanting to do it for a very long time, and something's gonna happen that they're gonna want to rewrite it. They want to adjust the gun laws, they want to change certain things in the Constitution, especially the freedom of speech, because we're already being censored from that. So I just feel like they want to update the Constitution, and I'm against it, but you know, it
Well,
is what it's going to happen.
they're not really updating it. They might add to it, probably, likely, but there are two constitutions. One is for the corporation, or excuse me, the corporation of America, and the other one is our actual constitution. They want to burn that, and they want to bring theirs as the number one.
Hmm.
Yeah.
there's the conflict right there.
Yeah, that's why I see all these like the future so dark because in my vision, I just see a lot of war and a lot of fighting. I feel like they're trying to take away the weapons from here because they have a feeling there could be a civil war again, and they don't want those weapons on the streets because they know if the people turn against the government, the people are going to win. Um, but
Yeah.
that's something that it can happen. It's happened before. Since everything's repeating, might as well. You know, it, it could happen, but it just takes the whole nation to come together and revolt against Washington D.C. and get everybody, take them out because we fund these people. They from our money, we're paying their salaries. So
There's no such thing about money. Hey, there's no such thing about money. That's
yeah,
just
but they create it and they bring it to illusion because it's here,
yeah.
So they're benefiting from it, and yet we're not being helped at all. What has anything that came from Washington has ever helped you?
Zero.
I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's just I think the system needs to be changed. We need a new government, a new
Hey,
every.
have you heard about that Fed now? That Fed now, the central bank cryptocurrency. Did you know? I read an article saying that the banks are not going to allow you to withdraw from the financial institutions. You have to do it from an ATM. That's how fucked up it's becoming.
Well, they're getting to the point they want to get rid of cash, like physical money. Like everything's gonna be off of your chip, your card, you know, and
Yeah,
you're
and
gonna
that's
have
the
to
only
use your
thing
card
we
for
need.
everything, and that's a form of monitoring, because like with cash, you
Absolutely.
cannot be traced. With your chip, you're always traced. They know
Yeah,
where you're at all times from your card. Even if you're not using it, and you're driving down the road, you're even in your wallet that has signals that are coming from the chip. And the
yeah,
chip is if it's next to your phone, they have a comparisons that they know that's you and you're there. Let's say you forgot your phone at home and you're traveling with someone. Well, your information still get brought up from that phone because that phone is intercepting the frequencies from your card. So they know where you're at all times, but they try to play dumb. It's
Yeah,
it
we
goes
see
so
right
deep.
through.
Like the I don't want to say they're the alphabetical, the upper they have a
Yeah.
really stronghold on monitoring us.
Yes.
You're monitored. They know everything that you do. And how come they just know? They know from if even if you don't have anything on you, your fingerprints is your identification. If even you burn that off, there's so much DNA that you have, they could contact trace you. So
Yeah.
it's so advanced. And it's so scary because I feel like that's how they can manipulate DNA.
That's why
They
it was
can
supposed to
manipulate your
be
DNA.
destroyed.
That's very possible. A lot of scientists say your DNA can be manipulated. So yeah, your DNA is manipulatable.
Yeah. What were you saying, Paula?
That's why it was supposed to be destroyed
Yeah.
because it was going to take over.
They did try to destroy it, but there's
Because of a
greed.
few idiots, because of a
Yeah.
few morons that if I ever meet them, I'm going to slap them senseless. Now look what's going to happen.
Yep. Greed. They got greedy. They saw an opportunity and they took it. And now we're here now trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah. See, we got to learn magic like Doc.
Yeah, Doc, what's up?
I am God,
You
Yes.
got
and
So am
so are
I.
you.
They're
you.
doing
No
something
weapon
to me
formed
that I'm
against
not
me
as
shall
powerful as I
prosper.
should be.
Ye of little faith.
It
I don't care about any of this shit. It's all imaginary. I'm a
is.
magician. I can make shit up too.
Mm-hmm.
I can make shit up too.
The historical concept is that the American people are still the sovereign power. The Bible teaches that the Israelites, Ish, man, Ra, ruling, El, God, man ruling with God, are the kings and priests of Israel, that which is real. When the country was supposedly freed at the conclusion of the Revolutionary War, the concept was established that a man is a king in his own castle. Last but not least, the people have succeeded to the rights of the king, the former sovereign of this state. They are not therefore bound by general words in a statute. Notice the words there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Okay, restrictive of prerogative without being expressly named. Pray tell, do kings pay taxes? See, after the Civil War, the United States Virginia Company went bankrupt. And so they put us up as collateral. That's what happened. And our all capital letters became a sigil. A sigil, like the ones I use. And that sigil is you, but it's not you. But they've convinced you that that's you. And so that all capital name is your, they call it a straw man. It's a sigil. It's just another name for it.
Yeah.
For people who don't understand magic, it's a sigil. That's what it is.
Yes.
You go to a court and they ask you and they say, rise. Why are they telling you to rise? Because you're dead. That's why you've been summoned. That's why you have to be represented. That's why someone has to speak for you. You can't speak. You're dead in the water.
Yes.
Jesus said he was the living waters. When you understand how this all connects, and it has nothing to do with religion, in the sense of religion, like I'm religious, then it all clicks. Law,
Yeah.
government, and religion are one system. The court,
Yes.
the pastor, the church, you stand before you, you have sinned. You know, my son, what is it you have done? And you go to confession. It's the same thing as when you stand in a courtroom and they have the black robes and they say, you know, you are accused. You know, they're getting you to trade places as the from the beneficiary to the trustee. I don't want to get into all the legal terminology, but to really give you the truth, I have to, because one wrong word and I'm basically giving you misinformation. But more or less, because that's how strict it is. Because it's a fucking code. It's not called law. It's called a law code for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally a code, a statute.
Yes.
What is a statute? It's a statute. It's a fucking idol. Okay.
Yes.
So, okay. Right here. The people, due to their bankruptcy and commercial law in place that allows the people as a sovereign power. I took notes. In their secured party creditor capacity. I did a video a while back, though, called The Nightmare Fabrication, where I kind of break this down a little bit. What this really means. People go briefly over it, and you know, here and there, you'll see. But don't really go into detail of what it really means. And in that video, I went into detail. And I plan to do more. But it's a really, really dense topic. And you can't escape getting into the, I don't want to say it's boring, but it's technical. Because you're using their words. You're using their dictionary is the term. You're using their dictionary. They're defining your words for you, which is actually a form of slavery. If someone is defining your words for you, that's slavery. You are creator of your own words. That's what makes you a. I don't understand how far this shit really goes. No one does. Because you gotta really, 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 really look deep into it. And I'm not saying anyone should necessarily, but it's just like when you see like the level of how much they mind fucked everybody. But then when you realize that that's exactly what it is, it's a curse, it's a scam, it's not real, then you understand why I say I am God. Because I as a sovereign don't have to deal with this shit. Only my capital letter person, which is a corporation, which is a corpse, like you said. That's not even a joke. That's exactly what it is. A corporation
That's exactly
is
what it
thing.
is.
It's a dead thing.
Exactly. I know. That's why I say it
no
that
life.
way.
It has to be animated by something else.
Yep.
Hmm?
That's why I call it that.
Yeah. So in the secured party creditor capacity to discharge. Okay, sorry. The people, due to their bankruptcy and commercial law in place that allows the people as a sovereign power in their secured party creditor capacity to discharge all the fines, fees, taxes, judgments, and debts, take control of all the property, because there is no other way today to pay the debts, as there is no lawful money, like Albie was just talking about. The money is the one eye. Anyways, it's literally mono is one, and also the symbol for money. If you look back in the day, if you turn it like 45 degrees, it's the symbol for a scourge, which is a hex. Literally, the symbol. It's also ISIS. But anyways, they love to pervert the divine feminine. They love to pervert the divine feminine. That's why when you have
They absolutely love to pervert the divine
all
feminine.
the terrorist organization, all the terrorist activity, it's like ISIS did it. They love to do that.
Yeah.
You had the shit with 9/11. It was the Shakina. Anyways, no lawful money. Your status was changed to debtor slave on the plantation for the financial benefit of corporate government. Isn't that nice? Before you is a path like the yellow brick road of Oz. Freedom is a two-edged sword. With redemption comes a lot of responsibility to know and understand all that is necessary to become a secured party creditor. This is actually the way out. There is a way out. It's not easy.
You mentioned the yellow brick road, brother. Listen, Doc. In one of my videos, I think it's the first one, the article that I'm reading from, where you overcome reincarnation, is that wayfaring somewhere over the rainbow. No joke.
Mm-hmm.
The butterfly cluster is somewhere over the rainbow.
Mm-hmm. But you can become an actual sovereign. It's a legal process, though. and you might get arrested in the process, but you'll be free afterwards. It's a real thing where you completely disconnect from the District of Columbia, and you become a citizen of the true capital of America, not the United States. The United States is a foreign corporation that was incorporated after the Civil War. It has nothing to
Yeah.
do with America. You are not an
Yeah.
American citizen. Don't say it. Don't. You have no rights. There are no rights. There is no Constitution. The Constitution is for Americans. You are not an American. I am not an American. No one is an American right now. No one's. Just forget about it. Forget the Bill of Rights. Forget the Constitution. There is none. I hate to break it to you. There is none.
So
Unless you
Biden
are an
did tell the
American,
truth,
unless you are an American sovereign, you have no rights. This is the truth.
right?
It's owned
So
by the Vatican.
Biden was right. He said, "You have no idea what it means to be an American."
Yes, the capital of America is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You can call your home office. I'm not kidding.
I have
You
pictures
can
of that.
actually call them
Mm-hmm.
and ask them, and
Wow.
they'll tell you they have nothing to do with the District of Columbia. It's a totally different thing altogether.
Mm.
I have pictures of that house, the first
Totally
White
different
House.
government.
Wow.
Totally different government. They'll tell you.
I have to find it.
The District of Columbia is the Knights of Columbus and Christopher Columbus. Columbus wasn't his name. Those are the skies. Columbus is the dove. I'm not.
Yes,
That
Columbus
gets
is
into
the
the
dove.
occult layers of it. But he was a converso, same as all the others. Talmudic law. What did Jesus say about the law? The law was a curse upon man. Like I said, it's all one thing, man. When you understand that what Jesus was warning about when he talked about the law and man's law and the law of the elders and all this, and how their God was the devil and all that, everyone just kind of like glances past it, you know. Like I keep telling people, the original Christians said that God was evil. I'm not talking about Gnostic Christians. I'm saying the original Christians that were Christian
Yeah.
said that God was evil. Okay,
Yes.
that was original, and then they just did a little switcheroo and said,
Yep.
no, it's the holy people of God. No. The holy people of God died when the second temple was destroyed.
Yep.
After the second temple, that was it. There was no ancient Israel anymore. All that was left were the Sadducees, and those Sadducees rule the earth today. Call them what you want. It's the same people. They didn't go in a puff of smoke. That's what history tells you. No, it's the same people. Yes, I'm serious. It's the same bloodlines.
Yes.
The exact same. But that's law, government, religion. Talmudic law, Vatican law. That's what it's all based in. The Talmud is a book of law. The law of Moses is a book of law. There's no way around it. What law did Jesus teach? What is the Quran? Law.
Didn't Jesus teach love?
Jesus taught love. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and love thy God with all their heart and all their mind and all their soul. That's it. That's it. No sacrifice. No, none of that.
Right.
That's it. And yet, you got all these pastors and so-called Christians spitting in his face daily, and then telling you that you're not saved, telling people like me that I'm not saved. They don't know the first thing about his message.
Right.
How dare they?
How dare they, and shame on them.
It's disgusting.
Yes. You know, nobody wants to be shamed, but I'm sorry, but if you're
Well,
shameful and you're
too bad.
shameless, shame on you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at the mockery. I'm convinced they do it on purpose. They secretly hate him, and they just do it on purpose. Like I can't think of any other reason other than the fact that they just, they're playing this game with end times, because we got
Yeah.
like the fake Messiah in Israel right now performing
Yep.
miracles. I don't know if you heard
Past
about that.
couple years.
Just
Yeah.
recently, like what?
Uh-huh.
They're really trying hard to scare the
Yes,
hell out of everybody.
they're gonna bring it to pass because it's my opinion.
They're
It's
obsessed.
their fucking book. And that's their fucking script.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's disturbing as hell.
Yes, the capital L or capital Lord, all caps Lord, is the God of the Bible. Well, that's government.
Yes.
The capital L, small ORD, is your boss. And then the little L Lord is you because you're the Lord of your house. And so whenever you see these words in the Bible, know that you're just reading how things are in this world. It's always going to be this way because as we read it, we believe it, we help them create it.
Well, in the Apocalypse of Adam, it says that Adam and Eve served that Lord in fear and trembling, and they became aware that they were higher than their creator. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a lot of tasty morsels like that all throughout.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone says heresy.
But the Bible is so full of contradictions the way it's been written. You know, that King James was a rapist, that he had murdered his mother, and that he was a pedophile and all that. I mean, I like the gems in front of the Bible, but I don't accept none of it because I refuse to corrupt myself with religion, as I was saying earlier on before talking. But I'll let you speak, my bad.
Yeah, you know, it's that not in any religious way. It's not a religious book. They convinced us. They told us it wasn't a religious book. But what it is it's their play. It's their game. These are the rules. This
It's
is
their
how they
manual.
play.
I
That's their
really don't
manual.
hate Jesus. I really don't hate Jesus at all. It's just that I don't like hearing his name coming out of some people's mouths that don't deserve to say his name.
Yeah.
Because his name will cause fear in people's consciousness or mental health somehow, because I've been there before and I just don't see when the right person says Jesus' name, I feel happy and blissful. When, let's say, somebody who committed a crime and saying his name, I don't feel comfortable around that type of people. This is why you'll hear me say frequently, depending on where you hit the nail in the coffin. But I believe what you and Doc saying, Paula, and you too, Rick, is just that in my point of view, there's nothing happening outside of us. It's all happening within us. The universe is within us. And did you know the ocean has no
It is.
floor? That the ocean is outer space. It represents our space, the water. There's no ocean floor because they all want to use a kind of let's say CGI and shit like that. You know, it's light coded. Everything is light coded, and when you download your light codes and you activate those light codes, you lift the veil up. The veil will be lifted for everyone to see, even those who are confused that don't know what's happening.
Okay.
You know, Jesus, I think Jesus tried to tell us what I just got done saying. You know, he was just trying to tell us, look, this is the script, and they are the Pharisees, and And we are the good guys, and don't listen to them. They're asshats.
Just like today.
Just like
I'm
today.
telling you right now, this maritime law and all that was going on then. It's exactly. I mean, I could break this down in so many different ways. It's not even funny, and I could conclusively prove that that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. This is not like this is not about any religious anything. This is just plain and simple. This is law, man. Law is directly connected with religion. It always has been. That's why every time you go into a court, you have the freaking Bible.
Yep.
And you use it.
Yep.
To
You have to swear on the script.
Even when you get when they do the for the president, when they become presidents, they have to put their hand in the Bible.
That's right.
And get
The
sworn in.
Bible is Masonic.
We were talking about Wizard of Oz earlier. Wizard of Oz is about the bankruptcy and all that. The whole thing, the whole movie is about that. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
The Tin Man is the tax identification number. And then you have the Straw Man. Right?
And then the lion.
The Scarecrow.
And the lion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scarecrow.
And he has no heart and no brain and no right.
Right.
Because they're artificial. Don't. It's all.
And then what's the lion? What's the lion?
It's all a game, dude.
What's the lion? Do you know what the lion is, Doc?
Off the top of my head. Because you asked me, I probably wouldn't know it if you didn't ask me.
Oh, shut up.
It'll come to me.
Because this is.
Oh, us.
It's
when
us.
we're aware of our power.
Yes. Yes.
It's like self-awareness.
And I'm literally a Leo, and I have no fear. Call me stupid, but I'm sorry, I've been through it.
But it's saying that we don't have that, though, because we've given in.
Yeah, well, you got to go from cowardly lion to you're going to hear me roar.
But see, that's the thing, though. True in the sense that the Wizard of Oz is that's what it is. It's not real. Just like AI isn't real. Someone's controlling it. It's not sentient. You think it's sentient? No. They pulled the wool over your eyes. You think it's sentient.
The only way that
Somebody's
AI can become sentient,
I guarantee you that.
Hey, everyone. The only way that AI can ever become sentient is you embed it into the consciousness or in the brain. Something that Elon Musk is trying to do for it to become sentient. But like Doc says, it's not real. It can't become real.
Parasitic.
But as you embed it, if you embed it in your mind, then you're a walking NPC.
Well, then it's not really sentient, though. It's just hijacking with something, what is
Yeah,
already.
that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, Doc. Yeah, you're right.
So don't be too afraid of AI, because
I don't fear
it's
AI.
not alive. It's a remote control thing. Now, I mean, they have ways of finding,
That's what Elon Musk is doing.
Merge us and shit. Yeah, for sure. That's the problem. Musk is crazy.
Yeah, what's the angel? Third angel from the sun. That's Angel.
Oh, what's up?
Angel he's in Arizona.
I can't see the chat. It froze up on me.
Yeah, don't try to go see chat because you'll just kick yourself out of here, dude. Just stay where you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It froze up
Just
on
go in
me.
the chats. Hey, Doc, just go in the chats and click comments, and you should be able to see them.
Mhm.
No. If he does that,
Yeah,
he'll
I'm
kick
here.
himself out of here.
Yeah, I actually fixed his microphone because it was kind of low, so I fixed it on my side. There's a way of doing it, so that's why you hear him not a lot clearer.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, how it was
Thank
before.
you.
I'll send this out. If Angel wants to come on, and it's fine with me. He could come in.
But yeah, it's all Wizard of Oz. I'm serious. Like the whole thing is Wizard of Oz. Like I could sit here for an hour and break
Yes.
down Wizard of Oz. It's Wizard of Oz. The
I'm
Tin Man
serious,
carried an
guys.
axe. The
Mhm.
axe was associated with God back in the day. It was also a symbol of fascism. It was called the fasci, the bundle of sticks of a hatchet head. I'm not even, bro. It's crazy how much they put it in people's faces.
And the fact that they put it in a movie, and they put it right in front of us, but people don't really pick up on it. Very
You
little
said
pick up on it.
you said a bundle of sticks.
With a
You know,
hatchet head.
a
The
bundle
axe
of
is God.
sticks.
Yeah.
A bundle of sticks is called a fucker of sticks. So God is literally a fucker.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, fuckeries. That's what I want
Mhm.
to hear. It's a bunch of
Yep.
Yep,
fuckery.
fuckery.
Yeah.
The
So
God of the Bible is not a real God because I think the Bible was written to to brainwash humanity. I think the Bible was written to overthrow our knowledge that I think we lost from our ancestors. You know, I'm a Chippewa. I know what Nathan and you are, or Rick, or Doc is, but I'm a Chippewa, and I
Me
don't believe
too.
in none of the Christianity shit. You're Chippewa as well too. I didn't know that.
I
Yes,
didn't
you
either. Holy
did.
crap.
Just forgot. We're all three Chippewa Ojibwa, all three of us.
y'all need
Oh
to start
shit!
claiming. Y'all need to start claiming land.
Whoa.
Yeah, I better start claiming
Right?
that back.
I'm claiming reparations and land too. So
Yeah, we all need you, Rick. For
mm,
real.
Yep.
Me and Ninja Bunny were already.
yeah,
Yeah.
your girl too. Everyone needs to
Yeah.
start claiming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I feel like my ancestors were raped.
Yeah, they
And
were.
yeah.
Fuck,
My
man.
ancestors were raped too. It's in history. It can't lie. The only way that they can hide the history is they destroy it all the way back to its source, and they can't do that because it's just too
Rick, you want
much.
to know something crazy? I'm going to say this before I forget. You know, all they say, she's a dime. She's a dime.
Mm.
She's a dime. Do you have a dime?
Do I have? Yeah, I have one. I think.
Go look on the dime and tell me what you see. What we were
Ain't
just talking about.
ain't that lady whatever? She's on the.
The original dime had an
Oh, let me
Indian
look at
on
it.
it. The original
Wizard of
Indian
Oz. It's Wizard
was
of
put
Oz.
on the dime.
Remember when we had the
I
war?
remember.
It was called what? The Axis Powers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they lied about Jesus dying on the cross, but
No,
actually it was
tree.
Judas who died in his place.
He
It
was
was
nailed to a
one of Jesus.
tree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You see how the Bible is concoct with contradictions and lies?
Of course it is.
Even Jeffrey Daugherty says it is.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's right, turns out. Yes, there is some truth in it, but the only reason that there's some truth in it
Yes.
is so that you'll believe all the lies.
There you
Well,
go.
Well,
That's because no one would believe it if there wasn't any truth in it. Treat others as you wish to be treated. That's true.
well, I also think it's just because it went over their freaking heads. To be honest with you, I don't think they created it. I think they hijacked it. So I actually have that bit of a difference of opinion. I don't think they were smart enough to create it completely. I think they just hijacked what was there and then added their own little spin to it and
Yes.
made Augustus Caesar the JC, to cover
Yeah.
up the real Jesus who did exist 100 BC. Oh, that's right. You didn't hear about that. I
Yeah. Yeah,
found
I did. I found out. Yep.
no, there was a real Jehoshua ben Nazariah, and he was killed by the Judites for sorcery and nailed to a tree. He actually existed. He
Yeah.
called out the powers that be, and he was nailed to a tree for sorcery.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The damn Judites. Like, seriously, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, not the
Seriously.
Romans. Not the Romans. Not the evil Romans. Oops.
Yep. Oops.
Yeah. Jehoshua ben Nazariah. Real person. And he was probably mixed race, more than likely.
Yes.
He was in Egypt, so yeah. Can't imagine why they want to hide that. So they give you Julius Caesar. Because that's basically what the Bible story Jesus based on. Augustus. And then St. Paul was Josephus Flavius Piso.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Josephus wrote everything that he wrote while he was on some poppy.
Yeah, for his master, Caesar.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got that dime.
Okay. Now look at the symbolism on the dime, Rick.
Yeah, I see it. It's like the torch, and then you got this two plants. It's a lot of is every time I look at these like the coins, because a lot of people don't pay attention to it. They just
Yeah,
use it and they just throw it around, but they don't really like look at.
yeah, yeah. Me and Ninja Bunny found a quarter or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a quarter from like 2020. It had bats on it.
It
Two
had
of them.
bats on it.
One upside down and one, yeah, like vampire bats. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. How coincidental, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, but it has it. It has the axe, the hatchet, the flashlight.
Hey, y'all. Vicky's back in chat. I checked for you, Doc.
Oh, Vicky's here.
Oh, hey,
Okay.
sunshine.
Hi,
Yes,
sunshine.
she's out there. Yeah.
This coin is old. I can't even see it because it's like okay, 1974.
See, the straw man has no brains and no hands and fingers to grasp a pen. That's why you can't do anything in court without somebody. You think I'm kidding? The realm is literally called Oz. Look up Oz.
Right?
Outside of Wizard of Oz, look up what Oz means. I'm not playing. Sounds funny, but it's the truth.
Doc don't play. Neither do we.
It's the new commercial.
There you go.
It's the authorized representative of the straw man. So he can't pick up a pen to write.
I wonder what God they trust in, because it says, "In God we trust."
To write a check, so to speak, to pay the fine, fee, tax, or debt. You can't pay a bill. It's impossible. That's why when you go buy something, right? When you buy something, what do you get? A bill, right?
Yes.
And then you pay with a bill.
Yes.
So you're exchanging debt.
Yes. That's all it is exchanging debt.
So you it's an IOU
Yes.
is what it is.
It is.
You're not paying anything because you never owned it to begin with. You don't own anything unless it's allodial.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul, Mike says, and he's right.
What's called allodial. That means you own it and nothing can take it. Nothing. Not the government, not God, not Jesus, not Lucifer, nothing. It belongs to you. And you own it, and that's it. You can go buy a car, you can go buy a house, and you say you want a allodial title, and they got separate paperwork. Then it's yours. And if someone doesn't like you and you haven't paid them, they can put a lien on you. Now you're an alien. No, you just got a lien on you. It's all games, dude. It's all games.
Mind games.
Nothing personal. It's just business.
All I know is I feel like George Jetson. I never liked the game Monopoly, and I never will. And I feel like, Jane, stop this crazy thing. Jane, I want off this bitch.
Gold is the yellow bricks. I'm sure you know.
Yes, exactly. Gold.
Yeah, it's stolen gold. So you got to find the thief who stole it.
Right. Right.
Okay, well, the guy is the traveling mystic. He's the wizard. When she's running around with Toto, Professor Marvel. He
What
was
year?
acclaimed by who?
Okay.
Royalty, remember?
Right.
He was acclaimed by the crown, it says. In the movie. It tells you. Past, present, and future. Past,
Exactly.
present, and future. Go watch the movie again. What the hell does that mean?
I was just here doing a little research on the Wizard of Oz. The movie came out August 25th, 1939.
39. 39 is sacred in Thelema. Anyways. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the New Deal was in 1933. And what did they see? The Emerald City, right? And the Wicked Witch of the West.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's also MK Ultra on top of all this crazy shit. Now, see, the thing is, the book came out in 1900. I'll let you do the math on that. So remember, they were the past, present, and future kings. How? That's a hell of a wizard. And look how they portray this wizard. Just saying.
Well, we say past, present, and future, but remember what we discussed yesterday in my live that, there technically is no past or future. Everything is just now.
Yes, but this is propaganda that's being fed.
Yes, yes.
So they know what they're saying. They're talking about the crown. So they're talking about royalty is acknowledging this wizard. Past, present, and future. Before the theft occurred. And after. Think about that. The movie was made 39 years after the book.
Yep.
And the money, the value of the money changed.
Yep. It's all a magic show, actually. It's just all a magic show. And the only way out is to learn magic.
There was no more gold, Paula, by the time the movie came out.
I know, it's poof, gone. It was gone. Yeah, they try to say, oh, it all disappeared on 9/11. No, that was a ritual, yes. But the gold was already gone.
Yes. So I'm trying to tell you, when I say everything is Wizard of Oz, I'm serious.
So where the fuck is gold at now? I mean, everything that we see as gold is fake gold or not real gold.
When in 1993, America was forced, basically, by threat of bankruptcy, to turn in all gold coins, all gold bullion, all gold certificate, all gold toilet seat, gold everything. Anything that was gold, you had to give it up. Period. That's it. You know what day it was? May 1st.
May Day, May Day.
The International Day of Communism.
Damn.
Yep.
World Revolutionary Movement. You really want to understand criminal? Because that's what we're talking about. Fuck the conspiracies. This is what you're talking about, okay?
Yep.
You're talking about organized crime at the highest level.
Yep.
World Revolutionary Movement.
Yep.
Started in 1776. Communism started in 1776. Communism, and I repeat, communism is not a political system. It is an occult system disguised as a political system.
Yes.
It was not started by Marx and the communist movement. Any of this? No. They were stooges way later on.
Exactly.
Go look at all the flags with the sun rising over the mountains of the east. Go look at all the churches with the sun rising over the mountains of the east. Go look at all the campaign mottos: the sun rising over the mountains of the east. You'll start to get paranoid because of how unbelievably ubiquitous this is. You can't get away from this. It's called Dawn of a New Day. And what it represents is the sun rising over the mountains of the east, the new day of communism, where the sun will never set. And you'll see Obama used it, Hillary used it.
Yep.
It has not. It's in friggin' V.
Yes, and when you said it,
it's in
the
churches.
scriptures,
It's in it. I mean,
the script says that
word
in
for
the
word.
word for word, like in the Bible, in the script, it also says that we will not need the sun nor the moon. So that's like the sun never setting too.
Well, here's the thing. This goes back to the sun and the moon. The we are in what's called cemetery law. Okay, so we don't have the light of the sun, and this gets into the book that my grimoire too, where God takes away the sun, the light of the moon. The moon originally had its own light. Did you know that? It was Lilith. Lilith
Yeah.
had her own light that was just as bright as the sun, and God basically got jealous. Okay, it's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
I'm not going to get into the detail right now, but what's interesting is the symbolism. But this whole thing with the sun rising over the mountains this goes back to religion, of course, but not Judaism, Christianity, Islam. This goes back to Samaria. This goes back to the underworld cycle.
Yes.
This goes back to cuneiform with the what's known as I can't remember if he was the first one because there were a lot, but Shamash, I believe. Who there's nothing evil about Shamash, but the way that because Shamash, I believe, is just another Shamash or
Yep.
is just another mask of Lucifer, basically. Believed to see everything that happened in the world every day, and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. As divine judge, could be associated with the underworld. Additionally, he served as a god of divination, typically alongside the weather god Adad. Adad is where Baal came from, and then they turned him into something evil. He was a fertility deity originally. Anyways, was never
Weather god, huh?
Yes.
Like the fuckers that control the weather. Continue.
A lot of the most ancient gods are weather gods. But you got Nana, or not Nana, sorry, Nanar and Sin. Yes, there's a god called Sin. This is where
isn't that the moon?
It's the moon god, yes.
Yes.
And this goes back to what I was saying yesterday when the realist was here. I don't know if he's still here. I kind of hope he is, actually.
I'll let him know you finally got up. I don't know if he saw it yet.
Yeah, he was here earlier.
Because this is a continuation of what I was talking about. Sin Nanar was the moon god. And Sin Nanar ruled in the place called AI. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, that place where Moses went called Sinai. No, it's not Sinai. The mountain was called Ai, and it was the place of the god Sin. So you put Sin, Ai together, you get Sinai. But Sin was the moon god, and so there was Sin, and then there was Nanar. Nanar was the feminine, basically, because a lot of times back then you had twins, male, female, because really, you're really talking about one deity. When you really pull it back, because they didn't see divinity the same back then, in the way that religious people do. They saw it as forces of nature. But so if you went after the moon, you were a lunatic or a sinner. So that's where that came from. And since, you know, that the moon was more than often than not associated with the female, just like the serpent. You see the serpent in the egg, right? The cosmic egg.
Yes.
And all that. What do you think that is? You know, it's all feminine symbolism. So the God of the Bible and the people who wrote the or at least I should say the new edition of the Bible, because back then, actually, if you go back far enough, they didn't have a problem with it. They worshipped Asherah and Baal and Shamash and all these gods. It wasn't until later on that it became Yahwist, is the word for it. That was later on. He was a lesser deity. And then he got elevated above all the other gods. It actually wasn't the case in the beginning, if you really do your research. But he didn't want none of that. And so anything to do with, like I was saying before, the high hills, which is where the Druids always, had their rituals, the groves, just nature in general. That's why he says, dominate nature, not live in harmony with it, dominate it. It's just a very diseased way of looking at the world and at the feminine force, and that's within men and women. That's
McCoy is listening, Doc.
Huh?
McCoy is here. He is listening.
Oh, for real? Oh, word. Okay, cool. Yeah, but yeah, Shamash, rising in the sound, the mountains of that, man. Just look up Dawn of a New Day. You blow your mind. You sit there for about three hours just looking at all the political and religious and like using these symbols and using these terms. It is absolutely impossible to get away from. And it goes all the way back to this cuneiform idea of the sun never setting. And it goes back to the idea of basically, like I was talking about cemetery law, where basically we don't have the sun. We don't have the light. They do. This is getting deep now. We don't have the sun.
Bring it.
Okay? We are in what's called cemetery law. Okay? The land of the dead. Okay? The walking dead. That's us. That's their portrayal of us.
The land of the lost.
Uninitiated, the unbegun, or the dead. That's what they call us. Okay?
Yep.
So, we don't live in the world of the sunlight. We only
How do I say this, right? Yeah.
We're under the Dark Lord.
Yes.
And the Lord is an owner.
Yes, the Lord
Right?
is the owner. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It. Hold on. I'm gonna need notes for this one. This is something I can't just pull out the seat of my pants because it is deep.
Bring it. Let's
All right,
go
you just gotta
deep
give me a
diving.
second. You just gotta give me 1 second. That's something I
Okay,
can't.
it's in 1 second. Okay.
I hope you're paying attention to what I was saying about Wizard of Oz, though. There's more.
You know what? He will rewind this and he will play it on 2 times the speed, and he will mow through that shit. He ain't missing nothing. Trust me.
I'm talking to you. I mean, yeah, I hope you heard me too, but I'm actually talking to
I'm
you
hearing you. I'm here. I didn't leave.
because you were saying about the Wizard of Oz. So I hope
Yeah.
you realize when I say the Wizard of Oz, it's all Wizard of Oz. Like, I'm not just talking. Like, the whole thing
Yes,
is.
I know. But there has to be a way out of here, is what I'm saying. There's got to be a
There
way.
is. I just told you. You can
Yes.
become a sovereign. You can disconnect yourself from the corporate institution known as
Well,
United
yeah, I
States,
know
which is
about
a
that.
foreign corporation incorporated in 1871 after the Civil War, which has nothing to do with America, which is a privately owned corporation
Right.
under the District of Columbia.
I mean, out of this world. I mean, out of here altogether.
Well, that's not possible.
Shut up. I don't want to hear that.
It's not. Where are you going to go?
It has to be. We can make our own way.
No. We're
You
here
don't
for a
want to
reason.
stay here.
We're here for a reason. The whole
Yeah, to be
purpose.
tortured.
No.
That's what it feels like.
No. You better get that out of your head. You'll definitely be back. The whole point is to understand we're here to learn. What exactly we're supposed to learn, I'm not sure yet, but we're here for many lessons.
Yes, Realist said he's been here the whole time, and I've learned my lessons. Dang it!
No, obviously not. If you're trying to get out.
Well, we're enclosed in here, and supposedly you earn your way out by being good.
No, we're not
We
enclosed
can't
in here.
escape
See?
until
No.
we.
There's something you're missing if you think that. No, we're not. We're not trapped here. We're not enclosed here. We're not. No. See, I don't buy that at all. We've been hijacked. Yes.
Yes,
But
hijacked.
this
Yes.
isn't hell. This isn't a prison. This isn't a simulation. This isn't the creation of an evil god. This isn't, none of that. No. I don't buy any of that. Not at all. This is a divine experiment gone horribly wrong.
Yes, I do know that. Yes.
I agree with that. But that's just because collectively we've accepted it.
Didn't? I don't accept it. I ain't giving up. That much I do know. I'm not giving up.
Be still and know that I am God.
Right. That I am God.
Like I said, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. That doesn't mean that one won't be formed. It means it won't matter.
Right.
You don't have enemies if you're not dangerous. You don't go to war if you're not a warrior.
Right. Yes.
Snap out of it.
True. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I hear you. I felt that. I hear you and I
like
feel
some
you.
drill sergeant shit. Like, why are we here? Why are we here?
Oh,
Lord. I'm gonna bring in Angel.
Rick's like, no.
Hey, what's up, Angel?
Hey, Rick, long time no see, sort of, I guess you can say.
Same here, man.
I see a drill circle, so he might have some wonky internet connection from his side, Rick, but I can see it over here.
Yeah, they're gonna be messing with us.
Yeah, they're going to.
So how you doing, Angel? How you been? It's been hot out there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it has, there. Well, there's just been so much in the last 6 months. You already know about my job experiences from this year, but when you took a bit of a break, I actually was hired at the place that I work at now going on for 3 months now, and they immediately hired me. And my first day was until April of this year, the 21st to be exact. And been working there for almost 3 months straight there now, and it's actually one of the more better jobs I've actually, to be quite honest, am having right now. The movie theater was all right, but that was until management came in and blanked everything up there. And it's not just wasn't me. I actually ran into one of my old former coworkers last month there that was waiting at a bus stop there for the route that I usually take there. And he told me that there's been a whole bunch of other coworkers and employees that have left that theater franchise to the sense of my dismissal there.
Okay, well, that's good that you found something else.
It's working out great so far. And not only that, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I actually, in March of this year, had gotten a different kind of computer. It was a $150 laptop, but let's just say it just featured a processor that went up to 100, not 100, 1.1 gigahertz, and also only had 128 gig SSD drive there. But just this past Friday, I got a newer laptop that was only 330,
Oh, that's good. That's
and that's what
good.
I'm using as of right now.
The picture looks good.
Thank you.
That's good. But yeah, Doc, what's going on, man?
I'm just taking a breath.
Yeah, because I can feel all here.
Can you feel anything of me? Because let's just say I'm a bit worried about tomorrow.
Tomorrow, it's another day. It's Monday.
Well, let me just say that I'm like not too sure how I'm gonna get to work tomorrow because I have to work tomorrow at 10 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. But today my bus pass there was on its last day, and right now there's literally $0 in my account there because I spent a big portion of it on my new computer at Staples this past Friday,
Damn.
and on top of that, there I spent about 104 on food for the week, and then the rest there had small little purchases, but it all is gone now.
I would have held off of the laptop and just got my bus pass and saved the laptop for another month.
Well, it's just the sale is only good until the 5th of next month, and I don't know when my next payday will be.
That's the more reason not to get the laptop.
I
Yeah, because
love and miss you,
I
Rick.
wouldn't do that. I would have just gotten my bus pass and just make sure I had food on my plate.
Uh,
Laptop, that's an accessory. That's just a bonus.
hmm.
But yeah, Doc.
Patience is a virtue, Angel. How you been, bro?
The life been a bit like good, bad, and ugly. If I
Hey
could
guys,
say.
I'm about to reset my connection because I can't see Angel. So Rick, I'm about to fall and come back on.
All right, that's fine.
All right, bro.
Cause Rick knows I was relieved of my movie job last December, and from the time when I like was up here there went through a few jobs, was hired at a local fries grocery store and at a Domino's pizza franchise at the exact same time as each other, but I went with the Domino's job over the fries there just because Domino's was paying $1 more. But that didn't work out as great as I had hoped just because the employee was giving an attitude when I was being respectful, where I said to her that she's a great person. And she was like, no, I'm not. like said, yes, you are, as a response back. And she's like, no, I'm not. You haven't seen my bad side, and just gave me like an attitude, like a diva. And so it wasn't just her; it was management too that was a problem at the Domino's franchise. So I left that place. Then about like 3 to 4 weeks after that, I had a short job position at a Amazon fulfillment center, but that was a graveyard slash overnight shift there. And because of how the long or what the hours were like from 7 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. in the morning, 4 times a week there, it gave like little to no chance of sleep in those kind of days. And I had a seizure literally on the job, and they had sent me home. And let's just say I went back to talk to one of my managements at the HR department there, and they like made an issue or gave me an attitude too there, and they suspended me, but I later on resigned there when I didn't do anything wrong, and so I applied at other jobs in the time since the Amazon, but it was almost a month before I got the call back from the shoe store that I work at now as a shoe salesman slash associate, and I was thankful enough to be given the opportunity to work there. But and at the same time, I thought I wasn't going to get no type of response of any job ever again. But they were kind enough to give me the opportunity of working at the Skechers store that I work at, and now it's been a great time working there so far. That's a bit of like stuff I've been going through with work, but personal life. I say there's really been not been all that much there. My brother, my cousin, moved closer to me in an apartment unit, just like not too far from where I live at, like less than 10 minutes away, so it's an easy ride for them to come at times when we schedule to meet up with each other and all that. And I've been seeing my brother and my sister more so often too, but it's been my brother and my cousin because they're more closer. And on top of that, there, I did mention about the one computer. I got that in late of March of this year at the same store where I had the current computer I have now, but I sold that out pawns off just because it wasn't working. I didn't need the money, but I just couldn't stand the slowness of the speed of the processor and everything else that kept on slowing it down. And on top of that, I actually have someone working to help me get be to help me get possibly be relieved of my conservatorship.
You still dealing with that?
Well, I've been on that, but at the same time, they've seen progress with my money management. It's the guardianship that I was under but the conservatorship just helps with financial management of money and all that. But I get my own paychecks, the deposit directly to myself there. They don't take any type of paychecks from my job away from me like my previous conservatorship in Minnesota. But with the concern I have in Arizona, where the progress she has seen, the she has what is called a guardian ad litem. In my
Well,
team now,
if I
and
was
she
you, I would
has.
just if I was you, I would just fire them because you don't even have money
Yeah,
for
I
a bus
can't really fire
pass.
them. I would have to get the court approval, like what I did with the guardianship.
Well, the thing is that if you can't even afford a bus pass, well, what's the money management for?
Well, actually, it's court appointed. There's really no cost unless if they were trying to have me be SSI on SSI there, which I'm not in Arizona, thankfully. There, I just think there's just something with the where if I was to like get SSI, but at the same time make more than enough where I'm not on it, I would obviously have to have the SSI be deducted from my income or my paychecks from my job if I was working more than one, but thankfully I only work at the one that I have as of right now. But the for as long as I've been in a conservatorship in Minnesota, there's really never been no type of cost to get the service if it's a city court appointed base kind of thing. It's like when you are given a court appointed attorney there for your case. you don't have to pay anything there, even if you win it.
I think you're overthinking everything.
Really?
I think you overthink a lot.
Huh.
You have
Well,
too
maybe
much
I
on
don't
you.
really see like how there's any cost there. Can you like explain it because I don't really see anything, and at the same time I can't fire them. They're corporate based by the state or city of Arizona here because I had to go through an entire process there in the city of Moorhead, Minnesota, to get me be relieved of my guardianship that you already know that I fought for in 2018 there, Rick. And really, there in the time when I was in that case, there was no type of cost that I had to pay towards the attorney of any form. If there was, my conservator in Minnesota at the time when I got relieved would have informed me, or there would have been some type of deduction within the savings of my native tribe per capita account there that I would have noticed and been questioned of.
Yeah, you got a lot on your plate. You got a lot going on, and I feel like you're overthinking a lot of things. Definitely simple. Keep it simple. And the fact that you don't have money for the bus pass, it just throws me off. With what's the point of everything if you don't have money?
Well,
You
I
know,
see where
yeah,
you're
money
coming from.
management is key. It's like you
Yeah,
got to know what you get and then what you could splurge or where you
yeah. But
money
at the same
management.
time, but at the same
You
time, I
gotta
had
learn to
like,
save your money up and buy the things you need and leave the shit that you don't need alone. And would have plenty of money for that ID.
Mhm.
what did you say there? I'll be.
I say something that Rick was talking about. You got to save your money up instead of blowing it all on things you don't really need. Because when you need something
Well,
in time
that's
of
what I'm
need,
like gonna be doing after the this week. Because I also have a new form of banking now that allows savings there. But with the where I think that's where you came from, or we're saying that I was overthinking. I do see where you're coming from, guys, and at the same time, I just don't want to have to keep on using my phone all the time, and I just want a better computer. And I even and with the price that it was, with how much I had gotten from my job this past Friday on payday this week or last week technically since it's Sunday, I couldn't like pass up the deal that was going on as of right now there, and I don't know how long the deal is going to last there.
Well, there's consequences to your decisions.
And I
Every
guess this
decision
is
has a
one of them.
consequence. Is it good or a bad
And
decision?
I
I
well,
think it's a
if I
bad
have to,
decision of
well,
getting the laptop.
if I have to leave my house tomorrow as early as 8 a.m. And ride my bike an hour from my house to my job, and if it's a hot enough temperature where I sweat, then I guess that's just the consequence. But at the same time, um, as long as I keep hydrated enough, there, it'll be a great workout too.
I don't know, man. That's some crazy. I wouldn't do it even if I was fit. That sun
Well,
takes a
well,
toll.
yeah, well, you know me, Rick. I'm always about like figuring out solutions to problems that I come across, and you know me, I'm always the one to figure things out. But in the early years when we first met and told you everything where I was at in my life when we first met in like 2017 or 2018, there, you and many others were actually the ones that tested to get my guardianship or services removed there, and that's where I like took the step to fight for everything. But at the same time, I've like have come across many problems there that ain't too big, or have never been like tough enough for me to figure out. I'll figure out if it means having to go somewhere to get some type of money, or even if it means going to family there, or even if it means like possibly riding my bike first to work and back home and then going to like a nearby pawn shop to sell like my unwanted goods that I've been keeping on for a long time. I'll figure it out. Whatever, like
Yeah, you just
the
gotta budget yourself. Because
yeah,
remember,
true
you're
that,
trying to
and
prove you could do it on your own, right? This is your that's where
yeah,
your
but
goal
just
is.
yeah.
But if you're making rational decisions, even if it's a sale, I mean, I if it was me, I wouldn't even care if it's a sale. If I cannot get it, I cannot get it. I don't care how good the sale is. If I need that money for other things that's gonna be helping me to get more money, I don't care about that sale because Black Friday's coming up, Christmas is coming up. There's always gonna be a sale. Always. There's always going to be Memorial Day's coming. That's another sale. There's always a sale, so that's not going to go away. You just got to learn how to budget yourself,
Yeah, I guess
and
you're right, but
you're not budgeting yourself properly because you're falling for the luxury, but you're not taking care of the basics.
I do see where you're coming from, and at the same time, this is just like one of the early stages of my savings thing that I'm doing. Because let's just say, with the account I have now and the way I am having my stuff be deposited, I'm having like 50% of my paychecks be deposited into my savings, while the rest into my available balance for spending. And if I make like let's say $500 per pay period there, because I get paid every other week, that would be 250 in the savings, and then the other 250 in my spending. And like I said, I get paid every other week, so it would give enough to like supply myself. And what I always do is always spend like anywhere from 100 to 110 on groceries on average. And at the same time, I always get the 31-day bus pass here in my area, where it's only $64 for a whole month of transportation, which is a hell of a deal if you ask me, for transportation around Arizona. And at the same time, there's just other stuff in my way of like stages that I'm doing, but it's just more so where I'm putting like partial of my money into my account and the other portion into the other portion of my account, as I explained about the savings and the available balance. But I do see where you're coming from. Like, how would you think I should handle, like, let's say $1,000 if I was to get a thousand, or work to get 1,000 every other week there?
Well, if I was you, first thing I need to do is get a paper and a pen and start writing things down. Okay, write down all your bills. Write down everything that you pay out of your pocket. Right, figure that out first. Make sure everything is paid, and then see what you have at the end as spending money or whatever you want to use it for money. You can either save it or splurge on it. The more you save, the better it is. But I have to start off with putting everything down on paper. Put it down on paper,
Yeah.
see it physically, see where your money is going,
Um,
and then
um,
budget yourself. Like
again,
the laptop could have waited. That's something that you could have waited. Yeah, you're tired of your phone. You know, listen, you need money for yourself. So
yeah.
that's number one. Laptop could have came another time. And then learn to budget yourself. You have to save a certain amount of money, and then a certain amount of money you can use it for going out or for going out to eat or doing certain things. But you cannot be going out to eat every night. You can't
Yeah,
be.
obviously that's unhealthy, and
Yeah, you
that's
have
actually
to
one of
save
the
some for an emergency too.
Yeah, a rainy day.
and yeah. And actually, believe it or not, that's one of the things that I actually have like stopped doing as much, is like going out to eat, getting stuff delivered by DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, Domino's, you name it. I've actually cut back quite a bit, and even my family have recognized and seen a decrease in my gut there. And the only reason I say gut is because I've lost a bit of weight since the last time we have actually seen each other there, Rick. If I was to show my full body there without like stripping down, obviously, you would obviously see that there's been a significant weight loss. And believe it or not, the pants that I'm wearing right now is actually a pair of pants I got about a month and a half ago when I was still 32 by 30. And now I'm having to wear a belt around them because they became too big. And that's probably one of the things that I should put on my priority list is getting a smaller pant size that fits me so I wouldn't have to wear a strap around my waist.
What you definitely need, and this is something you're gonna have to work on, is focus. You need to start focusing because you start going everywhere, and there's so many
Yeah.
things that you're at, and you're not here. You're everywhere else. You need to bring yourself back in and
Uh,
focus.
well, you know I
Because
love you like a father, Rick.
yeah, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
You're everywhere. You're right now like an octopus. You're just your fingers are everywhere,
Yeah.
and you're just sometimes you just gotta stop. Maybe meditation would be good for you. You need to like meditate. I feel like when Doc does his meditations, you should go and listen to him. Because I just feel like you're all over the place, so you can't. How can you how can you make any rational decisions if you're not here? You're everywhere. So you need
And when you say like everywhere, are you talking
like
about
you're
like
everywhere. You're everywhere. You're everywhere. Your mind is it just goes everywhere. Which way?
uh,
Everywhere. You just need to start
Yeah, they say
condensing.
your mind is all over the place, is the saying. Your mind is all over the place, and focus makes you tune in to the things that are the most important.
I do see where you guys are coming from.
hmm But that's something that you could self fix. You need to meditate more. You know,
But but what if my mind is like, let's say, listening to you, and at the same time, looking at my emails or checking my social media, or just browsing the
you're all over the place.
Amazon? There is that like being everywhere, or was that
Yes.
just multitasking?
Yes. No, that's being everywhere.
Huh?
That's totally being everywhere. I'm telling you
But
to bring
maybe
yourself
for
to one. Bring yourself to one. Like bring yourself into a cluster. Don't expand everywhere. You're expanding everywhere. Like you're like a root. You're everywhere. You gotta.
uh,
You need to meditate. Quiet space. Hum. Like
Uh,
just you
I'm
need
sorry if
to.
I'm laughing. Maybe I've just always been the multitasking kind of person that I
No,
am.
you're just. It's not always the multitasking because it's just
Well, multitasking means you can accomplish everything you're doing at once.
at once, and you're
And it
not.
sounds like you're overwhelming yourself.
Um, I maybe am not like seen as though I'm overwhelming. Minus the fact that I don't have any money left for enough for like a 10-day bus pass to take around my area until next payday, or if my conservator is able to actually get me another pass, because last month she was actually able to get bus passes sent to me now there, but it of course ain't free. But at the same time, there she's been conveniently been able to help get like bus passes sent to my house by the request there. And I tried emailing her, but she didn't respond because it appears that she's out of her office until the 20th of this week. But at the same time, maybe I just don't see how I'm like overwhelming myself when I'm just trying to
I'm already
make sure I.
overwhelmed. I don't. It's not even my issues, and I'm overwhelmed already. I'm pretty sure everyone here is overwhelmed too. You don't. You may not see it because you're living it, but from hearing it, I'm overwhelmed. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, woof. I feel like I ran a
Um,
marathon.
the realist McCoy wants the link dropped again.
He said he's gonna wait till Doc comes back. So when Doc comes back, I'll have him come on. But we're dealing with you now, and you're just like I'm telling you, you're all over the place. You just gotta like start focusing, get a piece of paper, and start writing. Start writing your bills, put it on paper so you can see it.
Maybe one of the things that I should do, and actually it's been one thing that I didn't mention. My next door neighbors actually gave me like a bit of a one of those dry erase boards there, and the caretaker of mine actually had supplied me with some markers of his that he got from another client of his there. Maybe I could start like maybe using some of that area to start jogging down my bills for the month.
Whatever you gotta do, put it on paper, put it on whatever board. When I say paper, it's because I want you to put it on the refrigerator. So when you go to the refrigerator, you see your bills every single time, and you know
Well,
what you have to focus on.
Well,
That's why I tell
actually,
you
the
that.
board is like the dry erase board is actually literally in between the kitchen and my living room where I could see it right here, right now. And right now, it has a list of like my daily tasks to do for the morning throughout the evening, like taking a shower in the morning, brushing my teeth, combing my hair, and it was a little bit of a daily task thing that my caretaker helped me. And on my shopping list portion, it just says drinks and beverages there because I went grocery shopping already this past Friday. But on the other side there's nothing on there that says of any type of bills, and maybe I just haven't been writing my bills on my dry erase board all that much there.
Well, I think it's important that you put down your bills so that way you know what needs to be taken care of, which is the most
All
important.
right. You actually have always been a big help there, Rick. You've helped me a long way, and maybe at times I don't know what I'm getting myself into or what I'm doing until I tell it, and then at the same time, maybe I don't see it as though I'm overwhelming myself, as you said there, Paula. But
It takes one. Listen, it takes one. When you go to the doctor, they diagnose you, right? So when you
yeah,
go in there, they go and they see you, and then they diagnose you. It's same thing as me just talking to you. I could feel the
yeah.
energy. I could feel what you're going through, and I am overwhelmed. That's why I keep telling you, you need to meditate. You need to focus and write down your bills on a paper and know your budget. You'll know how much you're able to save, and then you will know how much you're able to splurge. I think since you don't have it written down on paper, you're not noticing and you're thinking you're able to, but you're not. That's why I tell you that. Because don't
But why?
don't
But
don't
even
don't
if
depend on technology to keep up
yeah,
with you if you
um,
need to put it on paper.
yeah. Yeah, and can I ask you this, Rick? Obviously, I have a great enough brain because I'm very smart, I'm very intelligent, and I'm probably one of your favorite people of all time. But that's besides it. Any bills I obviously get, I always get an email because I don't do the whole paperless billing, and I still get paper bills in my mailbox to this day. So if there's any type of bill there that I am like needing to pay, I'll get like a notification from the providers, like my cell phone or my internet provider there by mail or by email about what is due
Put
for a
it on
month, and
paper.
then
Put it on
And
paper. All your bills. I don't care your
but at
emails.
the same time, what is like so important about putting it on paper? There's to
Because that way you see it physically and you don't have to depend on technology to remind you. It's always going to be in your face. That's why.
oh oh
So
oh
you
I
know
didn't
where you're able and where you're not able to. It's very simple, Angel. You're just making it very your way because you're all over the place. But I'm trying to bring you to simplify. Put it
um
on
I'm
paper.
I'm just trying to understand everything as
Paper.
clear as I can.
Pen and
Because the way
paper.
I have it set up, maybe is simpler for me, and where I've made
No,
the
it's
things.
not. It's not. I'm sorry. It's not. It's
Um,
not
I, I,
because look
I,
where you're at now. Look where you're at now, and you're just put it on paper, and you'll thank me later. Trust me.
all
That,
right.
and please meditate. Meditate. You need it. You need to make that mind start focusing, and you'll see what I'm talking about, and you'll thank me later.
All right. I don't know. Did the seems like McCoy was wanting to come up when Doc was still up here.
Yeah, when he comes on, they'll come on. They just
All
want
right.
you to have your time, and then they're gonna come in.
But I love
So
and miss you, man.
no, same here. Just put it on paper. I'm
All
sure
right.
you have
But
paper.
but is there anywhere else besides just paper or anywhere
Put
like
it
my
on
board
paper.
that still
Put
sees
it
it?
on paper. If you want to put it on the board, put it on the board too, but put it on paper. Put it on paper.
Or
Just
just write it down essentially, right?
yeah, you're gonna put it. Well, you're gonna have to write it down on paper. Write all your bills on the paper.
Yeah, yeah. Whether it's a bill on my paper or on my board, just like have it be
Paper.
written down.
Put it on paper. Put it on paper and put it on your refrigerator. You'll thank me later.
I just don't maybe use paper as much anymore there.
Well, get yourself a paper and write it down. Put it on your refrigerator. I still do it to this day. So, and I am okay. I think you should be able to do it too. Put it on
All
paper.
right. Oh my
All right,
God.
man. I'm gonna let you go because I'm gonna go into different topics.
All right. I love you, Rick. You have a great rest of your night.
All right, man. You take care. Right. So yeah, put it on paper. It's like when you're a psychic and you know, and what I do, you know, and the type of psychic I am, I could get pushy and I feel the energy. So I feel aggressive energy. So I have to get aggressive to get my point. And that's being an empath. It's just I'm so empathic that I feel the energy and I feel everyone else's energy. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna say what the energy is telling me to say. And he will thank me later. He's everywhere and not here. And we need to bring it here and put it on fucking paper. And please meditate. Meditate. At least start slowly. You don't need to go so fast, you know, get into it so hard, but take some time, meditate. Like there's videos on how to do it on YouTube. Doc Illusions does meditations. You can listen to him. Like you need to help yourself. And I feel like that'll be a big relief from the pressure from within. So I'll put out the code again. So if get Doc back in here and we'll bring in the real Liz McCoy, um, which is such a cool name. It's such a cool name. But I went ahead and put the link there. And Albie's another one. He's another case, you know, but what his is motivation to get shit done. But I'm not going to start with Albie because then that's going to be another half an hour of bitching him out. And I don't want to do that today. I can leave that for tomorrow because he knows where I'm going to go. And he hasn't got it done. And that's another Uh, he knows, and he still hasn't done it. So, yep. Gonna light up another one for me. This is my third joint. Coming back to the show, it's gonna cost me a lot of money in marijuana. I don't smoke cigarettes. I only smoke medicine. And cigarettes are fucking crazy too. Oh, I can't. I don't know. I'm not a fan of cigarettes. I'd rather smoke weed and just benefit from helping my health and with my problems. But oof, that was because I put myself in people's places, and then I experience what they're going through just by here, and that's kind of like astral projecting. Is what I do. Is I put myself in the situation, and I'm a jumper, pretty much. I'll jump from location and just experience what's going on there in the surroundings at that time, and I I give my answers based on what I feel and what I see, at that moment. And sometimes I get overwhelmed. A lot of people would, but I really get overwhelmed because I do jump around. It's just how my mind works as an empath. I don't just stay in one place. I'm everywhere. And I'm pretty good at what I do. I have people that could speak for me and what I do. I don't do it all the time because it's like I said, I get overwhelmed, but I still help people. I still give them my thought, give them what I think, what I feel, and whatever visions I get, I just relay it to the individual who I'm speaking to at that moment. But that was a lot. That was like a root system, a lot of channels, a lot of call it the octopus because it really like a lot. It's a lot of energy, but you got to know how to transfer that energy, and make it productive for you. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. That's why I say meditate. When you meditate, you learn to focus, and then you focus on the important things in life. And you learn to save, and you learn how to take care of your credit, your credit score, your credit card, your everything's based on focus and what you can and what you can't, That'd be called irresponsible, and I'm responsible. I want to make sure I have enough and then some. And everyone should think that way, It's like everyone has a budget, everyone has a price. And I learned to budget at a young age. I learned, and the way I learned is by putting it on paper. That way, I know, I see it. I don't depend on technology to look for it. It's there. It's always going to be there because it's written. And knowing is half the battle. Some fucking G.I. Joe shit. Knowing is half the battle. It's the truth. Knowing is half the battle. The physical part, but the knowing what's going on, focusing, that's half the battle. But if people listen, they'll be able to achieve more. And I feel like If we just listen a little bit more, take advice when given, you know, without feeling any way, but you know, advice is helpful, and yeah, I mean, life is too short, man, to be like in a pinch. You gotta first take care of yourself, and then splurge on anything else. So that's what I do. That's how I budget. That's how I'm able to do things that other people really can't do. And I try to do with what I can. But I don't know if Doc's here. Where's Doc? And Doc, I'm waiting for Doc so that way the realist McCoy could come in. And then Paula will be back. She stepped out because she's making dinner. So then she'll be eating. So she bounced for now. She might be back later, but it's very important to eat. When I went off camera, I was actually eating. I had a little pasta that I had from yesterday, shrimp pasta. So I heat that up and I ate it real quick because I'm diabetic. So I gotta be careful with what I eat. And I have to eat. But let me bring in the room, McCoy. Yo, hi, how you doing?
I'm all right.
Man, I love your name there, the Rulist McCoy. That's so cool.
I appreciate that, man. All my life they've always said, oh, it's the real McCoy. My last name's McCoy, so oh, the real McCoy. And then one day I'm like, you know what? I'm the realest McCoy. I'm the realest. You know what I mean?
I like that, man. That is so freaking cool.
Yeah. So that's just.
It flows with you.
So what's up, man? I'm listening.
Good, man.
From beginning to right now, because anyone who rolls with Doc, I'm a roll with. So
that's my brother, man.
Yeah, he made a big impression on me yesterday, my first time meeting him. So
oh yeah,
and plus I checked afterwards. I checked a few of his videos. He's on the same thing I'm on. So
that's what's up. Yeah, he's man. He's the real deal. He's very
What's up,
educated.
boy? I'm Albie.
Oh, that's Albie.
Oh, Albie, what's up, man? I knew you was up there, but I thought maybe you stepped away for a minute. Salute to you, brother.
Yeah, I got the T-Boss picture. I like black celebrities. Like from Nicki Minaj to the TLC and so on. But what's up, brother?
You like deceivers, huh? You like you like actors and deceivers, huh? Okay, yeah.
No, not really. No, I'm the same thing that I kind of, during my life when I was growing up, I had, a few good melanated friends that helped me stood my grounds, and sometimes things don't come right out my mouth, but that's my bad apologies. But no, I hate deceivers.
Yeah, T-Boz and the TLC, they told us to use condoms, huh? They part of that population control. They could,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got no, nothing for them. They don't want us. They don't want us having babies.
That's the goal. But that's even today. Look at what's going on today with all the craziness.
Yeah, that's why earlier while you were speaking, man. There's certain conversations that I try to avoid completely, and they're ones that consist of propaganda. Some of us don't know that all the world is a stage, and all of these are actors and actresses. So, a lot of people know that Joe Biden is just a character. He's playing a role. So, when you were speaking earlier, as if these people were real, I just was like, I don't want to.
They're puppets, man.
Yeah, they're not just puppet. They're actors. They got masks on. They're playing roles. They're not real. These are actors. Okay, they're playing roles. They don't. I don't even think they die. They just die. The character dies off. So
I feel the same way, man. Because the way everything's going, and the thing is that I watch a lot of like government, and I listen to a lot of that comes out like from the Senate and from Congress, and people don't spend the time to listen to it. I have the time to listen to it, so I spend my time listening to it, and it's just like a clown show. It's like I feel like if people would really was to watch this, they will freaking revolt and actually will have a civil war and get rid of the people out of Washington.
Well,
Because
it's just a reflection of how dumbed down the world is, because you're telling me all of the people that is within the United States, Harvard degrees, Yale degrees, and the best qualified representative that we have is a Joe Biden. No, his job is straight mockery. Their goal is to destroy the U.S. because they wanted one world government. So it's just being played out, and to observe it is just like, it's really good for me because at least I'm ahead of the game and I'm making clear decisions. But at the same time, to see people falling for this mockery and this
oh
embarrassment,
man, it's
crazy.
and they're controlling the narrative because it's what it is. But it doesn't matter. Each party is the same. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Even because I'm Republican, but I see them too, and I see the puppet game too. So it's like it doesn't matter which party. They're all part of the same bed. They're in the same bed, and they all sleep in the same bed. And I'm like, do I want that bed? Hell no. Like I just I wish this government could be overturned and just have a new democracy, a new like.
Well, I mean, no, all you have to do is say that's not your government. You don't need anyone to govern your mental. That's what government means, to govern your mind. You need someone to govern your mind and to make your decisions. It's up to you. If you want to play the game with them, you can't complain at the same time either, though. That they don't apply to me. Okay,
I never learned in all my life that what you said there about a government controlling your mental actions and shit like that. I never thought of a government that would do that. That's cruelty, isn't it?
Cruelty, I think, is a little bit more than cruelty.
Yeah, I don't need anyone to govern my mind for me, especially not a tyrant, not someone wicked and perverted. They will never represent me and what I stand for. So therefore, they do not apply to me. I just was born into this system and was raised in this system and have been dependent on this system. But now that I know that the system is not of me and it's unnatural, I'm now working on getting away from the system. I have that choice. Only thing is the fact that I think that I don't have that choice because I'm not prepared. But I'm free. We're all free, and we don't need them to tell us we're free. They have no power over us. Only thing is that we're dependent on them, and they know that. They know that we can't grow our own food and that we're dependent on them, and that's checkmate.
Yeah, you're right on that. You're right on that because
You just taught me something. You just taught me that a government is all about control and controlling your mental and decisions. I didn't learn that through school.
Well, you're not going to learn anything productive from school because the school system is an extension of the government.
You're right.
So I mean, what they work for the government. So they're gonna put in place the agenda of the government, who gives them their money and sets their agenda. I mean, that's kind of like But we were all caught up. They had us distracted, where we couldn't think and see if something didn't feel or sound right. We just went with the flow. We didn't want to be alienated if we even wanted to go in another direction. So I mean, it's just we got played. But I
Yeah,
mean, but the greatest thing is you're right here and you have a choice that you can make. Do you want to continue to be played, or you're gonna just find a new way? That's all it comes down to, because we're free. That's what they don't want you to know, is that you're free, and that's why they're obsessed with terrorizing your mind.
yeah. Doc, what's up?
You are free. Say it louder. That's right. The whole game is to make you think that you are not free. Everyone's like, how the hell are you saying you're free? They poison the air, they poison the water, they poison the food. That's right. You at war right now. World War III is coming. No, World War III is already here.
It's already been here.
The word war means originally in
You got
etymology,
psychological warfare.
it means to throw into confusion and chaos. That's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't
It
this
has nothing
what
to do with no
spiritual warfare
bullets.
is
It has
about?
nothing to do with nothing else. It means to throw into confusion or chaos. So knowing that, what is a world war? Well, first off, what is a world? What is a world? That's one of those synonyms. That's one of those things that sound the same. What is a whirl? You know, like a wind whirl. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in the Bible it talks about wars and rumors of wars. If you look at the original Greek, it's talking about two different types of the same thing. So really, it's just talking about everybody being confused and at each other's throats and not knowing why. That's really what it is. That's what it's about. What's going on with China? What's going on with North Korea? What's going on with the trans? You know, that's what it is. We're already there.
Mm-hmm.
There is no new world order. It's just the same old one.
They're
It's
It's
just
just
been
now they coming
sugarcoating
out.
it, making you think. They're
Now they coming
sugarcoating it,
out and they
making
saying,
you think
"Look, this is
that.
how it is. This is how we get down. You with it? Nah, you with it? Someone with it, someone with it. You know what I mean? But now they're just coming out. We're with the world. These people address themselves as the masters of the universe. Literally, I saw an interview. They said free will isn't real. It's a story. God is fake news, and those who control the information control the universe, essentially. And they are the rule. They are the world rulers,
Wow.
and with a straight face.
it's
And
crazy.
people are talking about conspiracy. Man, there ain't nothing. 20 years ago, there was a conspiracy. Ain't no conspiracy no more. It's all out in your face.
Mm-hmm. It's in movies. It's in music.
Yeah,
It's in music videos. It's everywhere, right in your face, and people be singing to this music too. It's like a
they love
chant.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't focus on the people because I know that we're all victims of programming from years and generations of programming. So I just focus on my enemy because I know that they're wicked and they're just perverted and they're deceiving and they're liars. But the fact that they're liars, I know that they're cowards. So therefore, I
Yes,
don't fear them. They're
yes,
cowards. So I don't fear them. I just want them to get the fuck away from me.
that's
That's
right.
all. Because whatever I seek to build, they're gonna destroy. So therefore they got to be they that's the only solution is to do away with them because they won't for some reason they find it hard to coexist with us.
That's right.
We can coexist with them, but they can't coexist with us. So
That's
then
right.
that's what makes it war. Because you're not going to try to force your will upon me.
Mm, mm-hmm. You're right. And on a deep level too. They're xenophobic. They're afraid. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and they are cowards. Big time. They're more afraid than anybody.
Mhm.
Like I said, you don't have enemies when you're not dangerous. You don't go to war if you're not a warrior. They ain't gonna come at you so hard if you're not to be feared. This is what people don't understand. Like they
But
they, they
they know
poison everything. They surveil everything. It's not for nothing, man.
they know that the freedom is within our minds. That's why they devote so much time to it. But they know that if we raise our frequency, they lose their power.
That's
Their
right.
power exists from our dependence upon them.
Yes.
So
They are quite literally parasites. They have no host. They die.
it's like they're obsessed with us. So in my
Yes.
conclusion, we possess something that they don't want us to just you know live. They don't want us to know of this what's within us. It's crazy because if I had the kind of means and power that they seem to exude and have, I wouldn't waste my time with some with some humans or whoever what I mean. I would just be living, but
They're
something about us, and they do not want us to know about what we possess. That's why they feed us. That's why they're, like you said, they're poisoning the air, the
they're
food, our
The water.
minds, our
Mm.
environment. Everything that they give us is unnatural to us.
oh,
Well, it's an awakening to know that I have the power, and that power is that I'm free and I don't need them. And they're beneath me because they're cowards and they're perverted and they're wicked.
they're
They're nothing to be feared.
they're necrophilious in the absolute, like, truest sense of that word. They feed on death. That's why it's corporations. That's why, like I said, they're parasites. They're politics. What is a politic? Like, if you really think about this, it's not just wordplay. Okay, this isn't just bars. Like, I'm serious. This is the land of the dead. Okay, they are murdered inside. They are self-murdered. They have no internal. They have no internal center. They have no individuality. They have murdered themselves for the hive mind. They have no individuality. They sold that ages ago to be part of the club. That's what we have. That's what they can never have. We have a light that they can never see. That's why they want chaos and they want war and because it makes them feel better about themselves because that's what they are inside. If you're a serial killer, you don't want everyone to be normal around you. You get what I'm saying? If you get locked up with I can break it down real simple. With a bunch of people that have basically been turned into beasts because of institutionalization, okay? And then someone's like actually well put together, everyone's gonna jump on that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, nah, he's not gonna be normal. He's not gonna be together. He's not gonna be we can't let that happen. It's the same thing, man, just on a way higher level. These people buy people for entertainment. You understand? There's nothing they can't do. It's Hostile, man. Watch the movie Hostile. Like, they have more money than God, literally. There's no joy in their life, and most of them were born into it. And some of them, I mean, some of them even are victims in a way because they were abused and friggin' put through these like mind control operations and all kinds of crazy shit where they'll like abuse their own children and shit where it's like, well, if you're not strong enough then you won't survive, basically. Like where they abuse and much worse their own children because they believe it makes them stronger, and they like empathy and love and all that, but that's a weakness. This is how they think.
Hmm.
It's a dog eat dog world, and it's survival of the fittest, social Darwinism. And so a predator is like, if I don't attack them, they're gonna attack me. And like you said, they're cowards. They're afraid. They can't look in the damn mirror. They can't look in the mirror.
And I have no problem with them because they are who they are. I just want them to get the fuck away from me. Leave me
Exactly.
alone. That's it. Evil is as evil does. If you call them evil, all they'll do is smile because they know that's who they are. They're doing what they're supposed to do. So That's all. I'm just trying to.
Yeah. And they're there, man. They're there, and they're trying to continue their havoc.
Let them.
That's all they have. That's all they have.
It is.
You know what I mean? That's all they have.
They've sold themselves to the shadow completely.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing left of their humanity. Like, just
It's-
watch invest. I always tell people, you really want to understand what's going on in the world, watch Investigation Discovery, and then realize that's who's in control. Forget all the pomp and ceremony and the costumes and the play acting and all that. Realize that's who you're dealing with. People you see on Investigation Discovery, and they chop up bodies and put them in the freezer and then go out to eat and shit. That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with. They just tidy it up. That's the mentality.
Well, your shadows is nothing more than yourself. Your mind is your own enemy. Nothing outside of you is really happening, but what's happening with inside is like I was saying
There's some kind of
before.
feedback. There's some kind of feedback when we talk.
Yeah. I just might have to reboot the website to take care of that. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
No, I think it's Doc's. It's not. It couldn't be Albie then because it's still there.
Yeah, when me and Doc get together and we do a show.
Oh, okay, it's gone now. Okay, yeah, Doc. I guess you got to mute up. Like you say, that y'all energies just overcome this frequency.
It overcomes sometimes, and shit start going crazy. It always happens when
no, Doc is definitely on a certain level. I'm just getting to know you, Rick. But from what the presentation that Doc, he definitely left an impression on me that not many in these times have. Because I'm down the road, and this road is not a lot of people this far down the road in these times. So just to meet up with Doc on this road, it's pretty. It feels
there's still hope for us, because we're out there. It's just we get together, and like me and Doc, I've known Doc for years. Holy shit, I've known him for so long, and we've done many shows and have talked many times, and it's refreshing to have a nice clean mind come through, and like yours, McCoy, and put in your feedback and put in your sense and how you feel about things. It's just refreshing. It's like the energy feels good. Let me bring in Vicky. Yo, Vicky.
Hey.
Oh my God, I missed you.
How y'all doing?
Doing good. How you been?
Hanging in there.
Yeah. I know you want to put your 2 cents in, so I'm going to give you the stage.
Oh, right off the bat like that, huh?
Yeah, you know how it is.
Well, I don't know. I'm just sitting here thinking that, we know what we know, and so the part of the conversation that I'd like to have is what is beyond what we know. So we know we don't want to participate. We know we don't want to be subjected to, we know that we're not going to be, enslaved to. So, there's lots of where do we go from here? There's, you can go down, various rabbit holes on the other side too, the enlightened, you can go down that money-making rabbit hole, or you can go down the 5D, I'm gonna jump into the 5D and, escape from it all that way, or so I would be very interested in hearing, you know, what is the other side to all of you? Because you can only focus on this stuff for so long before you have to figure out, you know, where else am I going to focus?
Well, I mean, the first step is that you recognize that there's something wrong. That's probably the hardest part of the game, is to actually acknowledge that what you see and what you're hearing is not the truth. So once you have recognized that, you know, your brain is a problem solver. So the moment that you tell yourself that something's wrong and you need solutions, your thoughts will come to you. Now, there are certain steps, and you're not going to be able to if you've decided you're not going to participate, you have to just not participate. So, but you can't play both sides. That's where the conflict occurs. You know, you're complaining but won't get out the game. So, I mean, you know, and are you ready? You know, let's not focus on others, focus on yourself. That's something that resonates with me, that Doc is constantly saying, and from the short time I've known him, is that you have to deal with yourself and look in that mirror. Stop focusing on the outside world. So a lot of people are waiting on the world to change in order for them to make a change. You be that change. You do what you need to do in order to make your life what you envision it to be. You know, you don't need to look outside of yourself and look at others. Otherwise, you'll never get off the couch and do anything about it. You've recognized what's wrong. Figure it out. That's what your brain is for. It's there for you. Use it. And that's why they've devoted governments. That's how powerful your brain is, that they've devoted a government.
Facts. The steering of the mind. Guber mente mentis. Yes. To
That's
steer
why they want to brainwash everybody with this media.
That's literally what it means. Mind control.
So again, I asked the question, we all in this particular, you know, circle right here,
No,
right
no.
now.
You know what he said. There is no we. I.
Okay.
Now, are there like recommendations that you would like? Where to start? Is that what
I'm
you're saying? You need some
no,
specifics on where to start?
I'm just curious, you know, how you all are choosing to live your life, because I've been down all these rabbit holes, right? And I've been consumed by them as well, and had to find my way out to the other side, you know. And how I choose to live my life now is, you know, not to be consumed um by focusing on those rabbit holes, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. And so, like, how do you all live your life
Okay.
without focusing on those rabbit holes?
All right. I'll just say this. I go where I want to go. If you don't want to focus on rabbit holes, don't surround yourself with those who are focused on rabbit holes. That would be the first step. You can't go in an arena where there's people who are focused on rabbit holes and tell them that you don't want to focus on rabbit holes. There's 12 million content creators. 12 million. No one is forcing you to be in rabbit holes. But there are those of us who have identified that there is a problem, and it's being labeled as a rabbit hole. This is life. This is reality.
Well, don't misunderstand what I'm saying when I say rabbit holes. I mean,
I'm not
call,
misunderstanding at all. I'm
yeah,
not
okay,
misunderstanding at all.
yeah, call them what you will. I was just using a general verbiage.
Because why do you use that terminology, rabbit hole?
For me, it feels like Alice in Wonderland type of thing.
No, Vicky, why do you use the term rabbit hole? Like, meaning, I'm not playing on the word rabbit hole, but what is it symbolic of? What does it express to you that you use rabbit hole?
Just because there's so many and so much and so many that people do ultimately get stuck, you know, down
Actually,
in there.
actually, no. People
There's one.
grow. We don't get stuck. We move on. We grow.
And then, so that's what I'm saying. And that's what I guess that's my question.
So,
How
so
do
what?
you move
So
on
what?
and grow? What does your moving on and growth look like?
So what I'm identifying is there are those out there who are seeking knowledge but not applying it to themselves, so they don't see the growth. If you have learned something, apply it to your life and you will receive the results. But if you're just obtaining knowledge to obtain knowledge and not applying it to your life, you're gonna seem as though you're stagnant. Apply whatever you have learned to your life and you will see the results. I guarantee it. But there's a lot of people who go to church. They go to church and they don't see change because they're not making any changes. They're just listening to a preacher and the preacher's making them feel good and they go back to their lifestyle. There's no change occurring. So it seems as though people are within rabbit holes. I'm not in a I'm not down a rabbit hole. This is not a conspiracy. This is reality. This is
Well, I
awareness.
agree 100%.
This is awareness.
And I agree with that as well.
So I don't know you, but from what you're saying, it seems as though you've learned things, but you're not applying it to your life. And the reason why I make that assumption is you're not seeing any results.
Well, that's an assumption as well.
That's what I said. I said it's an assumption
Yeah.
based off of what you're saying. I don't think you don't sound as if you're seeing any results.
No, I've had results in my life and applied, you know, a lot of the things that Doc just talked about. I mean, I've known Sean for a lot of years now, and granted, you know, I'm not perfect by any means, and you know, there's been times when I've been better at applying those things in my life than at other times as well. But my question was not about me. My question was about all of you.
But that's what Doc and I are saying. It is about you. Don't focus on us. Don't focus on no one else outside of you. And that's possibly why you're not seeing the results.
Well, I guess curiosity killed the cat then, didn't it?
Doc, I'm sorry, man. I just, go ahead if you have anything to add, Doc.
Practice. This is why I say you got information and then you got practice. Practice doesn't require thinking. It doesn't require discussion. It doesn't require rabbit holes. It requires practice. It requires action. Period. End of story. You will see results. Like that. That's it.
And there's an excitement within it.
How am I living my life? Well, I've changed my life. I've transformed my life. That's how I'm living my life. My credit score keeps going up because I'm on top of my shit. I've been living with my girl for 2 years after everyone said I couldn't. I don't take shit from nobody. I don't owe nobody anything. I got all my bills paid. We're about to move again. I'm magic, apparently. I work with the goddess. I like to cook. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say.
I know how your life has transformed tremendously, Doc.
We're happy. We're just
there you go. There you go.
And
you're
apparently
happy.
I'm still impacting people even after being gone for all these years. I met someone who actually understood me. Like,
there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's saying I impacted him. It's like, yo, bro, like I don't think you understand. I'm not used to that. Like I've made a lot of connections off of YouTube too. Um, I things are evolving. I can't. I mean, shoot, I was in a pretty rough spot a few years ago, and yeah,
So you
everything.
created a better reality for yourself.
Yeah, damn right I did because I'm God of my own
That's right.
reality.
Hold
There
on,
you
Doc.
go.
Doc. Okay, so Vicky, what questions do you have? Specific questions in regards to aspect of this life? Do you, are there any questions that you have that maybe that can help? We can possibly help you get in a certain direction because, you know, when you get results, it encourages you to continue.
That's right.
It's an excitement, like you want more and you're gonna get more. But the thing is, it takes a certain discipline.
It's just like working out, man. That first time you got results, you get addicted. You're like, man, I hate this. I hate this. This isn't doing nothing. Then you get those first results. You're like, oh damn, I can't wait to go tomorrow. It's like that.
So are there any questions that you may have that we could possibly assist you with?
It's work, though. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's what I was telling. It's a
I'm gonna
discipline.
tell you that right now. At the end of the day, all of this, at the end of the day, like that's how you get results. Is work, 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 work.
Did you have any questions, Vicky? Like maybe, the
Work.
certain areas that we might be able to assist you with specifically?
I think your vision's pretty good. I mean, it's just she has her life in order. She has her shit together. Like she's
Now
a
let her speak for herself, man. She the one that opened it up, let her.
hold on, but I know her. I known her for years, so I could put in my
Oh,
sense.
okay.
Um, she is balanced. She has her. She just has curiosity, like she
Yeah,
said
I'm
earlier.
just that is it, Rick. I mean, I'm just curious how. I mean, I know how Doc has evolved. I think Paula mentioned that how some of I think I saw in one of her comments that she's evolved as well. You know, and not focused so much on the religious aspect of her study, and has evolved from in that way.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I was just curious, I guess you know, you have mentioned, I'm speaking to, I'm sorry, McCoy, but the real McCoy. Like, I guess my question to you is, I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm understanding what you're saying. You've done a lot of the same study, and come to have gained a lot of the same knowledge and understanding or understanding as this these other people in this conversation. And so I'm just curious how it is that you are living your life with all of that knowledge. Like, what is the growth that you've gained out of all of that?
The growth that I've gained is that I'm aware. That's all I need. Is I just need awareness, and so I can make clear decisions. Because all this whole time I've been bombarded with lies and deceptions and not making the right decisions. But now that I see things clearly, I can finally live for myself. So, like let's I mean, it's just all aspect, whether it's the foods that I eat. You Doc, I hear you speak on grounding, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just this it's just living. I'm finally living. At the
Brother,
point,
it's the
Right
simplest,
on.
it's the simplest things, man. It really
Right
is.
on. Yeah. I mean, living's a good thing, when it's way better than just existing, for sure.
Just breathe in the air, man.
The
Don't
polluted
Seeing the
take
air.
things
beauty,
for
seeing the
granted.
beauty in everything.
Don't take little things for granted. Don't
Hmm.
get detached from the natural world. Don't let simplicity pass you by. because everything's been so overcomplicated and denaturalized and inverted, and like just holding on to what's natural is a fucking achievement. Like for real.
So, Doug, do you remember when we were first talking, when we first met, and I was saying how all I wanted to do was like, feast my eyes on all the beauty in the world, and just even if it took just, walking on my own 2 feet on to be able to see all of the beauty in the world, that's what I was going to do. And I've been able to, actually accomplish that, by going out and finding the beauty in nature, and that being all around me, and all of the travels that I've done and everything like that. And that was really, really transforming for me to get from the place where I was to the place where I wanted to be, and do the things that I wanted to do.
Well, that's a damn good place to be. That's for sure.
Right. So blessed. I just feel blessed all the time because of that. That I have the ability to actually see all of that. And not only see it in the world, but see it in, my own personal existence on a day-to-day basis. When I look out my window and I see, all the beauty of nature all around me,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Doc, I really initially was only joining the panel to make a correction that Paula had made. An error that Paula made is one thing that I do not like is wrong information. Then then decisions can be made based off wrong information. When she said, I was in the chat saying that I've been here the whole time listening to the stream, the live stream, not that I've been here from the beginning of time. So I just want to correct that. When she told you that, yeah, the realist says he's been here from the beginning, and it's just like, no, from complete the sentence from the beginning of the stream, because y'all were wondering if I was here or not, so I was like, no, I'm here, I'm listening, I've been listening the whole time y'all been on, so I just want to make that correction, man, because I
That's
don't
all
know.
good.
I don't know how long there's some people who have theories that we were here from the beginning. Yes, okay, fine.
Yeah.
I'm just dealing with the now, though, right now. I have a big obstacle that I'm focused on. When I get to safety, we can share all the theories in the world,
I feel you.
Right on.
Nah, it's good to talk to you though, man.
Yeah, just when I don't know Rick that well, and I don't know his thought process, so sometimes I like to hear a person
Oh, Rick.
and listen in on them before I join a conversation, because it's just I don't want
I
to.
got you.
I like to get to know the person and see what perspective they have.
Nah, like he told you, we've known each other for years, man.
Oh, like the other panel,
All good.
you're the new one.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was.
That's all
That's why
good,
that's why
that's
I'm
all good
listening.
though. I guess that's where my curiosity was stemming from,
Mhm.
not that I wasn't trying to be like all, you know,
That's why I was
from
listening.
coming from a different place or whatever. Like I'm just was curious about, who you are, and what I hear what you're saying about your understanding and the knowledge that you've gained and everything, but what is your now? That's my curiosity.
My now is getting to safety, away from this wickedness and this perversion. These enemy, whatever the hell they are, they don't like me, and their goal is to destroy me. That's
Mm,
all I know.
indeed.
That's all I
Indeed.
know.
We've
So,
been there. We've been there, man.
so I've been on this journey for a while, and it's just
Cowards, bro.
yeah,
Cowards.
all day. That's all they are. So they're nothing to be feared. I just now have to make the right decisions, and know that I have the power within. They're letting me
Uh-huh.
know. They're letting me know how much power I
McCoy,
have.
you
That's
touch
right.
me. McCoy, when you say things like that, I know you're I know you're very philosophical, and I appreciate your, your knowledge and your wisdom that you had to, facing and make yourself the person you want the world to see. And I'm admired by that. I wish I was in your shoes. But anyways, I just like the way you are being very philosophical and sharing your knowledge and wisdom and spirituality with us. It's a
Yes,
pleasure
thank
having you
you.
on.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like fresh air.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I
In a
wish I had
very
a
calm
joint.
way, because a lot of
I
people
wish I had
who
a joint to smoke. I wish I had some weed because I've been smoking for
Oh man, I'll smoke it
sure.
myself.
a lot of people, I appreciate your calmness in sharing your knowledge too, because I can even speak for myself. There was a lot of times when I wasn't calm, you know.
You never.
They all
Mhm.
know, when I wasn't calm, and I was, very excitable, let's say. And so I appreciate your calmness in sharing your knowledge for sure.
Well, I mean, you all are not my target. You all are in the same situation that I'm in.
Mhm.
So we're here to help each other. And
Right?
it's just that simple. You are not my
It's
enemy.
just our paths has crossed. We're at the middle point, and we're all here together now. It's like now where we're going,
Mm-hmm.
because our paths are crossed. We're intercepted. So there's a reason for us here talking right now. It's supposed to happen. You know, I've been doing this for how long? For 385 videos I've done.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I
Many,
was there
many
towards the beginning,
years.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah, me
many
too.
years. And I do live stream. I don't do record it and then put it on YouTube. I have some like that, but all my streams are live streams.
Yep.
So
Same.
I've done 10-hour shows, 12-hour shows. Right now I'm touching 4 hours and 11 minutes.
And I encouraged Doc to do his very first video.
Yep.
Yeah, he needs
Which,
to. He hasn't done it. He needs to do that book.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll probably do it tomorrow. Yeah.
Just definitely want to hear that.
I think that's where some of the confusion initially occurred because it seems as though your question, Vicky, was aimed at all of us. But I think that I would have took it differently if you had just directed it at me, then I would have knew what exactly you were referring to.
well, in a way, it was kind of directed to everybody, because I haven't been on here I really haven't been on YouTube, and other than my, posting up my travel videos and stuff, in a couple of years. And so, while I know a little bit, because Doc took a break for a while too, and it was great to see him back. It was great to hear that he had, finally gotten out of the difficult situation that he'd been in for
Oh boy.
a
Oh,
lifetime.
yeah.
And to know that he's made it out of that, and, is living, his dream life now, in a way, with, a woman that he loves, and
That's right.
how difficult it was for the two of them to, come together and be together. And
Different states, different all kinds of. We had so much
yeah,
coming
so,
together.
I guess I was kind of curious, what's up with Rick, and what's up with Paula, and that included you as well. I am very curious about, because I've seen a lot of people go through a lot, including myself, in this whole journey of, awareness. And
Oh yeah, for sure.
I know how difficult it's been, and we've all been attacked, and just
I know where
crazy.
you're coming from, Vicky, but it's because
Yeah.
I've known you so damn long.
Right?
Yeah, I took time off. This is my
And
first show
maybe I
back.
should have said something, but I was just trying to let you guys talk. Maybe I should have
Yeah.
said something to try to clarify.
No,
But
it's all good. I
but
wasn't very clear either, just jumping in like that. So, yeah, I
but then I
apologize if
didn't
it
want
was
it to right.
misunderstood.
Yeah, yeah. Because I've got yelled at for doing that in the past. So I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't.
So I'd like to, because I have, seen and heard, and maybe it was directed more at you than anybody else in the panel, because I have seen so many and I have experienced so much, of going through that, awareness part in going down those rabbit holes, as I call them, and then also all of the knowledge that I've gained. Like, thank God that I ended up meeting Doc, because the
I hope you've
knowledge
been
that I've gained
meditating like
from
Doc told you
him
though.
has
Like you
been
were starting to
what.
meditate. I know you were starting to meditate. I hope.
Well, I mean, here's what happened. Like,
Oh no! Here we go. No, 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 no.
so I got really good at it, and my life changed exponentially.
Mhm.
Okay, over like a year and a half period of
5 minutes,
time.
10 minutes, Vicky. Come on.
No. I spent a year and a half just really changing my entire life, and
Okay.
eating better
Fair
and
enough.
meditating and doing all of that
Oh,
and manifesting, and a lot of the things that I was manifesting came to be in my life. And so, yes, I experienced all of those wonderful things because of the practices that I was engaging in.
okay.
You know, but the unfortunate part with that is just because of my history. I think the thing that I wanted to manifest most in my life, when that didn't happen, and what I wasn't aware of at the time as well, so it's kind of a twofold thing, is all things happen in perfect time. And what I thought that I wanted most and what I thought I was most ready for, I actually wasn't. So when
Uh-huh.
it didn't manifest, then I became very disappointed and discouraged. And so slowly but surely the practicing, my practices stopped and all of that. I've still been very blessed in my life, but you know, ebb and flow. It's like,
Yeah, I feel you.
I'll get back on track, and maybe this time, what I want to manifest most in my life will manifest.
Well, see, it the law of attraction is kind of backwards. The- mm. All right. The secret is like a half truth. All right. It really is. Well, for one, it's almost a lie because they imply it like it's a material thing, and that's just wrong to begin with. But like, you have to know that what you desire is already yours. It's kind of weird.
Well, remember when I read
You
that
have to
book
know
about
beyond any
desire? I
shadow
mean,
of
the
a
whole
doubt that what
desire thing
you're
in
seeking.
itself is like, and I didn't even understand at the time, but grasping a desire actually pushes
That's
what
right.
desire most away.
Exactly. Yes.
It's that grasping at desire.
You have
So
to
yeah,
know
I
that
mean, I've
it's
learned a
yours.
lot, coming to the other side of where I was, because always, in reflection and retrospect, you gain even more knowledge. So
You have to know that it is yours and then let go of the result. That's that's how you do it. It's like, oh, it's mine. It doesn't matter what happens. It's mine.
right.
Period. That's it. And you got to go with that. And sometimes it's like, what? Especially when circumstances are weird. And trust me, I was in positions where it was like, you're fucking kidding me, right? Like I'm talking to myself, like you're joking, right? Like everything is pointing to where that this is not like logical, and it's like, of course it's not, but it's gonna happen anyways, and it did because not magic. I'm serious.
No, I know you are. I giggle because I
There's
know.
no logical reason why anything should have happened the way it did, but it did.
But I always knew too. I mean, I always knew that would happen for you. I always knew that you had the ability to do it.
As long as
And
the probability is not zero, you. Well, I mean, anyone can though. It just takes.
Yeah, I believe it for everybody else, but it's believing it for myself that has been the difficult part.
Yeah. It's tough because you basically have to look at all the signs that say no and be like, "Yep, I know it."
No.
And so it's almost like this is cognitive dissonance, and it's like, nope, because this is different. And it's not like some blind faith. You have to do the work. Like you have to make shit happen. Don't get me wrong. You know, you can't just like wish it and be like, okay, yeah, it's definitely gonna work. No. You got to take the steps,
right,
in real life to make whatever it is happen. Don't get me wrong. That's a huge part of it that they leave out. If you don't do that, then just forget about it. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. They're trying to take your money.
Totally.
Manifestation takes legwork. I don't give a damn. Okay. Whether you're talking about the new age or you're calling Lucifer, you know, it doesn't matter. Like you gotta do legwork. Okay. Nothing's gonna do it for you. But if you do, you know, and basically the reason why that works is because what you are doing, basically, and it's the same thing with what ritual actually is. Just as an example, let me give you an example. What you are doing in ritual and after, okay, or visualization or whatever, what visualization can be a ritual. What you're actually doing is you're performing an act of celebration for what will soon be yours. Your desire to have it means that it is already actually yours. You would not have the desire to have it if it was not already yours. It's just there are locks that you have placed upon yourself and restrictions that you have created. And you have told yourself that you're not good enough, you don't deserve it, there's no way, there's this circumstance, there's that circumstance. And all of these things have blinded you to the fact that it's yours. And so when by doing that,
which
you
is
an
indoctrination in itself.
No, I'm serious. This is really how it works. You're reprogramming your subconscious mind. When you get away from all the mythologies and the demons and the angels and the goblins and ghouls and all that, what you're really doing is you're reprogramming your subconscious mind to think differently than how it's been programmed your entire life by society, by parents, by whatever. You know, because I was programmed plenty, let me tell you, by my narcissist family. Okay? And that's what you're doing. You're taking the tape loop and you're saying, fuck this. This isn't real. I know it isn't real, no matter how much it tells me it isn't real, no matter how much my senses tell me it isn't real, no matter how much this fear comes over me that I can't explain where it's coming from or why it's there. I can feel it. It's so real. The fear is so real, but I know that it's coming from somewhere that isn't me. And this is real shadow work, okay? Until you've done this, you haven't reached the true levels of shadow work. And don't worry, 90% of people don't, okay? When you are literally in a state of like panic and you're trying to understand what the hell is going on and you're facing traumas and you're like, where is this coming from? What and you're telling yourself, this is not me. This is a program. This is something from when I was a child. This is something from maybe another life. This is something from, you know, my father told me, my mother told me, I heard from the kids at school when I was, you know, so old, you know, whatever. And this shit is so subtle and it sticks to us. And it's an entire story about who we are, what we are, and what we represent. And this is what this is really about. I'm giving you some real fucking gems right now. So pay attention. Okay? This is what it really is all about. Without all the masks and all the esoteric language. This is really what it's about. You are taking that tape loop, that God, that devil, that whatever, you're a dirty sinner, because that's ultimately what it is, really. That's why you have to get away from religion, because it's the number one tape loop. Because it tells you you can't be successful. It tells you can't have this. It tells you can't have sexual pleasure. It tells you can't. It's the ultimate, or if you do, you feel guilty. You feel I can't have abundance. I can't. You'd be shocked how deep it really goes to the simplest pleasures. Meanwhile, all these psychopaths, they don't have any of those hang-ups, and that's why they're able to do what they do. They're not magic. I got news for you. Most of the people that run this place, they're not magic at all. 110%, I guarantee you, they're not.
No, they're master manipulators.
They're master manipulators. They might have people above them who are sorcerers, who understand this stuff, but they aren't. Bill Gates, Biden, people like that. No. They have people cover them, sometime. Although I don't think it's working so well anymore, unless they allow themselves to get caught, which I have a theory about that. But that's what you're doing. It's tabula rasa. You're starting at a clean slate. And you're destroying all of the programming. And you're saying, I am God. Remember when you were a child and you literally thought you were God? You're going back to that. Be as a little child and you will inherit the kingdom of heaven.
Childlike wonderment.
That's it. You could do anything, right? Well, we were right.
Yep.
We were right.
Yeah.
Don't try to fly or anything. But beyond that, we were right. So it's not so much about learning, it's unlearning. It's remembering. It's getting rid of corrupt data. Like a virus. Because that's what it is. That's what I say. It's a parasite. It's a virus. It's not about gaining new knowledge. It's erasing old knowledge. Corrupt files, like I said. Then once you do that, then you can go inside. You can't go inside if you still got all the corrupt data. Because you're going to find more corrupt data. But when you've cleansed your drive, so to speak, okay, then you're able to reach into the Akashic records, so to speak.
And just when you think, then PTSD sneaks in the back door.
I have PTSD too.
Me too.
I know you do.
I have it really bad. You see me
I was a
smoking.
teenager.
I just started a new job.
It sucks.
I'm not there anymore because my mild PTSD was triggered, and I really wasn't aware of it. But until I was having some conversations with a friend of mine, and she kind of helped me see what was really happening. But yeah, it just snuck up out of nowhere. I wasn't prepared because I haven't had any problems, in a really long time. And I wasn't prepared to go into this kind of work environment and that it might possibly be triggered. And when it was, I absolutely wasn't aware that that's what was happening at first. So yeah, I mean, it's funny how, whether it's PTSD from your religious indoctrination or PTSD from trauma experiences or whatever, it's funny how, that can sneak up on you too.
Yeah.
And that it's just another form of indoctrination. I think about all the kids with this whole COVID thing, So they weren't traumatized by war, but they were traumatized by a pandemic. So it's just a whole other generation of kids that are traumatized.
A ritual pandemic, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not even going to get into the layers of that, but just go look at the Spanish flu and you'll start
Well,
to realize.
I mean, the first hint should be, it's called coronavirus. So
yeah, that is the first flu. But you go look at the Spanish flu that happened about 100 years to the date of COVID.
Oh, right, yeah.
And go look at what they were doing then. And
yeah,
you'll think you're in the Twilight Zone.
Right.
People were getting shot for not. We're on YouTube. But yeah, people were getting shot for not complying.
That's true. That's very true.
You know what I'm talking about, Rick?
No questions asked.
That sounds crazy, but I'm dead serious. I got the receipt.
Nothing new under the sun.
No. It was ruthless.
So what do y'all think about jumping timelines?
I was doing that earlier.
It's a bit interesting when you jump in timelines.
I talked about that earlier.
Or something like that, like time travel, like it's kind of like going back in the past.
Or the future, but the past, I would like to relive the 60s, go into the 60s, or 50s, just experience those decades, because there was a lot of tension during those times, a lot of racism, a lot of it was just really wild times. And just to see it for myself.
I'm sorry. Were you there during the 60s and the 50s?
No, we're talking about astral projecting to certain timelines that we want to relive, or to live or go back to.
Oh, okay, because that's what confused me when you said relive.
Yeah.
Like, were you there before?
No, going back to if you had the opportunity to jump timelines to go from a decade, what decade would you go to? I said I would like to go to the 60s, 50s, 60s, and see how everything how it was at that time, especially the tension between the racism at that time and the way humanity was acting amongst each other at that time. To experience it and see it for myself as a witness. It's impactful because we're here now and we're going through it now. And I'm like, didn't we do this already? And we're still doing it? It's like, why haven't we move on or move forward?
Racism only exists on the television. But me personally, I
agree.
I would want to go back to the time of that first motherfucker that told lies and just do away with that bitch. Because I mean, the lying and the deceiving is what's gotten us to this point right now.
Well, I think it's interesting that you guys, when I brought up jumping timelines, that you actually are going to a different time in our own past or our own, future, or what have you. I'm talking about coexisting timelines, like multidimensional timelines.
You already know we exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously.
Exactly.
And this is another reason why magic is possible.
About what? That's the only reason what?
I said this is another reason why magic is even possible at all.
I agree with that too.
At least,
I also think that our current experiences actually happen in different timelines. For instance, I came to a realization that my trauma experiences actually happen in a different timeline, but not a timeline that I chose. Or should I say, well, I can't say that whether or not I chose it, because I mean that's kind of a deep subject in itself. But but those trauma experiences actually happened in a different timeline from, say, another timeline where that trauma experience didn't happen.
Well,
And then the ability to actually cognitively choose a timeline to exist in.
Can I just say this before you begin? It was nice talking to you, Rick, and nice meeting you, Vicky and Albie. Doc, I'll be down there listening, man. I appreciate y'all for having me, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming through. I appreciate it.
Right on. Nice meeting you too.
Have a nice day,
absolutely,
McCoy.
man.
So yeah, Vicky.
Yeah, no, that's all I was saying was that what do you think about our ability to choose the timeline that we exist in?
It's called magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm laughing, but you don't
you gotta
realize
believe in
what
it.
I'm actually telling you right now. At least from what this is just from my own experiences, and understand I had no teacher. Okay, so I'm no expert on nothing. This is just from my own experiences. I told y'all years ago, and I didn't realize how true it was going to be. And I said, because I said it laughing, but I should have known better. That if I'm laughing about something, usually it means it's true. When I'm talking about something that I'm going to get into or something I'm going to discover, I said that when I started starting to understand like all these different religions and how they connected and the syncretism and all that, I was like, all right, now I need to understand how magic works. I said that's my next goal. Do you remember that? Like
Do I
how it
remember
actually
that?
works. What is it and how it works? Like really? Like what's really going on? Like
I've heard you say what's really going on a lot.
no, I mean with magic. Do you
Right?
remember me
Okay.
saying that? I was like, I said, I figured out. I said, so I understand like all these religions and like how they crisscross, and like how there's like this syncretism between all these different cultures, no matter where you go,
Mm-hmm.
and it's all very interesting. And I always talk about like the megaliths and and all that, and how that's all that all very fascinating to me, and like the ancient history and all that, and the esoteric and the symbolism and all that. I said, well, I got like all the symbolism. Like I've been munching on that for a long time. I was like,
Right.
now I just need to go further into the occult. But I knew that when I was first getting into all this stuff, I wasn't ready for that. But I always kind of knew that eventually I would. It's just there was a part of me that still had a little bit, even though I wasn't religious, even I had a little bit of that indoctrination. It's like, no, you ain't going near that shit. But part of me also knew, like, yeah, you are eventually. And I really feel like I do have some idea of how this all works. Like practically. Not philosophy. Like the method behind all the ceremony and the symbolism and all that, like what's actually occurring.
Well,
Like I guess you could bring in like the quantum world into it as well, because that's a part of it. Like you're talking about timelines and all this. Like I believe that when you step in the circle, you are operating in a space that exists outside of linear time. You're able to make alterations within your own timeline. I don't know exactly how to put that without
Well, so what I'm
pulling out
hearing is like
literature and
stepping
getting
into
really
a
deep.
circle is like stepping into a portal.
It is a portal. It's not like stepping into a portal. It is one.
Right.
It's a gateway to a what I would call Kenneth Grant called it transmundane. I like that term, although it's a little haughty. But I don't really know much better. Transdimensional, like it's like I said, it's outside of space and time, acausal, before cause and effect, basically. It's in the black plane of chaos. Within this realm, we see things as cause and effect. Really, that's an illusion. Because we don't see reality for what it actually is, which is a dance of light and colors and sound, and and it's kind of like when you have a movie or like a movie, and on the movie there's like the data, and the data is just data, but the movie uh the player can read all the data and turn it into the movie itself, the moving pictures, the sound, the character, the storyboard, the whatever.
So do
Okay,
you
and
think
so
that some of humanity is non-character players?
no, we are very present, and this is very real. It's just we don't have a.
I didn't say all of humanity. I said some of humanity.
No, I think we all are. I think that some are just really, 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 really asleep, and it's sad.
Yeah,
Um,
that part is true. It is sad.
yeah. Sometimes I honestly would rather wish that, because then they at least wouldn't be as asleep as they are. But no, I think, but I just don't think that we have a clue of where we actually are. And what, like, this limitation has been created in order for us to have an experience, though. It's not like it's some kind of simulation or trap, or, like I said, something not real, or it was created for a good purpose. And it may, I have an intuition. It's an intuition. I have an intuition that this is like round one. This is like level one. This is like, because I've always felt like this is somewhere to learn something. And I feel like the reason why we're learning, why would we be learning if there wasn't something coming after to test us? I don't know.
Learning to become
Level one.
be able to be like the Hyperborean, where there is
to be like
a
God.
oneness
You could say.
the oneness of creation, really.
No, I think that we're like in God's video game, but it's real. We are in the image of God in the truest sense of the word. I believe
And we
that's
have to learn, and we have to learn
we're
what would be the
fractals.
ultimate goal of what it is that we have to learn. We'd have to learn how to create in a oneness
We have to conquer
through
duality.
light. Yeah.
I think duality is the first lesson.
I agree with that.
Because if divinity is all possibility, then that's all possibility. No restrictions. But just because you're all possibility doesn't mean that possibility has to be exercised. Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
It's the knowledge of good and evil, not the wisdom, not the practical application, not the understanding, the knowledge. And it's not the knowledge of good And the knowledge of evil is the knowledge of good and evil, or good or evil. You catching me?
Right, and the free will to choose.
Well, they're one thing. Hot or cold? Where does one start and one end? Depends on who you ask.
The Ouroboros has been coming up a lot recently for me.
It's based in choice. It's based in perception. It's based in
Mhm.
basically it's something that's over our friggin' head. Because we're in this perception of duality. There really isn't any. At least that's my perception. But it exists for us as a way of contrast. Because really, there everything is if everything is one, there is no duality. It's
Right.
non-duality. It appears as duality, but it's not really. We just haven't learned to control and harness and uh, focus our power. Quite literally. We are, I mean, we are still infantile when it comes to psychology, and we want to be like God. Like, think about that. Create and destroy with our minds. Mm? Mm? If I was a divine being, and I mean, just think about it for a second. If you were a divine being and you had something that was like you, and you brought it into the world, and you just think about it for a minute. I meditated on it one day. It's quite interesting.
In my experience, that remember the energy of all.
Well, yeah,
It was there was
it laughs.
such a purity and simplicity with in that state of being.
Because everything's taken care of. Always.
Mm-hmm.
It never has to worry. It never has to think. It never has to. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because it just is. It doesn't
Right.
have to exert any energy. It doesn't have to. It's in a perfect stillness all the time. But yet it's everything. All possibility. In perfect stillness at all times. How?
It's
That's
amazing,
our
that's
issue.
for sure.
That's our issue. Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be
Well,
right
guys,
back.
my phone
Yeah.
is gonna die, so I'm gonna have to sign off.
All right. Thanks for coming by, Vicky.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Rick. It was good seeing y'all.
Yeah, we'll see you. I'll see you again.
You sure will.
Bye.
Take it
All
easy.
right. Yeah, Doc. I think I'm gonna wrap it up
yep,
because it's only 8:49. So it was a pretty good long show
yep.
for Sunday. Still got more to talk about, but we have more than enough of
Yeah.
this illusion of time to be able to speak upon. So, with that said, thanks, Albie, and everyone that came through.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. And Yeah, we'll see when we do this again.
Yeah,
Doc.
I'm kidding. I was just kidding. Uh,
You
well,
had
look, man, I
it.
was up at like 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I
So
know.
in
That's.
perfect timing.
I'm surprised that you still. Oh, because you're usually out by 8. So.
Well, I'm usually laying down and like
Yeah, that's what I
resting,
mean.
and yeah, yeah, yeah,
Usually
yeah, yeah. No,
chilling out.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right,
Well,
man.
it's been
We'll do it again. Maybe
a
I'll do an
minute.
early show with
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
So I'll let you. I'll talk to you. I'll hit you up.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Take care, everyone. Have a
Hey,
great
Doc.
evening.
Be
I
easy,
gave you
Rick.
my Discord tag ID. It's Aldarth, DARTH. The tic-tac sign 4836. I was trying to get your personal thing so I can, chit chat with you sometimes, but I got your Discord channel. And there's some
You're on
things I
my
might not.
Discord, aren't you?
Huh?
You're on his Discord.
Yeah, but I'm trying to talk about your personal.
Speaking of which, Rick, aren't you on my Discord?
Yep,
Why
I
don't I
believe
ever?
so.
I'm on
Yeah.
your Discord called till I send a live. I'm talking about if I want to personally contact you. That's
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying.
I got you. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Discord's been weird lately. They changed the names and it caused
yeah.
all kinds of issues. Okay.
All right. We'll chit chat on Discord. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good evening.
All right, Rick. You too.
Take
Take
care,
it.
Rick.
All right.
Take it easy, Albie.
All right. Thank you.